have a clean page when doing brainstorming and session prep, which is what we're doing. Let me switch over here. All right, preparing to fail, or something like that. That's kind of what game design session prep as a dungeon master is about, because either we're going to fail on purpose or fail on accident, and only time will tell which. All right, let me make sure that I've got the chat pulled up over here. Hey, what's up, Cynical? Actually, let me make sure that I can see everything at once. There we go. Thanks for checking out the stream. So we've got a few things. It's been a while since I've done sort of a session like this, or a stream, I should say, like this. And I have a loose outline. I have a loose set of things that I think will be fun to do. But it can really go any direction. And if there's stuff that any of you guys have, feel free to throw it out there. What's up, Mischief? By the way, if you guys are new to the channel, which some of you may be, welcome. My name is Ryan. I'm a dungeon master of a few years now. I like to make short videos about it. Sometimes I stream, getting back into it after a few months out of it, and kind of finding a good pace here on YouTube. So hopefully a lot more good stuff to come. I run in D&D 5th edition, homebrewed setting, but that's not necessarily how I plan or prep. Like sometimes some of that comes up in a stream like this, but not really. It's really more about kind of big ideas, specific, what should I say, like specific numbers, specific dice, and how often, and things like all that stuff I'll typically look at later. This is really more about where the ideas come from and kind of the overall framework. And really, I think a lot of this planning can work probably in a number of different settings. Who knows? So just running through the outline of stuff that I've written down, stuff that I'm interested in. One is this concept of asides, which is just this idea. I did a video recently talking about, I think the worst thing about me is that I will cancel sessions. I will cancel sessions if not everybody can make it. And I think best avenue for curtailing that is doing a little bit more of what I used to do and a little bit something different that I've never tried before. One thing is I want to design a lot more one-shots. I used to do that a lot more, and I've kind of run through all of my custom one-shots with my players, my different player groups. So I want to do more of those. But that's kind of a big thing. Like a one-shot feels a lot more full-featured, whereas what I'm thinking about with this concept of an aside is somewhere in between a session and a one-shot, something more than a random encounter, but with elements of random encounters, and really just things that, in this example here, what's in the trees, or some sort of forest encounter. It's really about what are sort of some side or some mini adventures that are interesting to tackle in different regions wherever the players happen to be adventuring, that can kind of be used as an offshoot, right? They can be pulled in and run if one or two or however many people can't make it, just so that the game can continue to go. Kind of fleshing out the world, kind of like a one-shot, but not quite so. An aside is how I've sort of bucketed those ideas. Long-winded way of saying that's what an aside is in my mind, and that's the first thing I want to tackle. Second thing is I have a boss encounter coming up, loosely called a energy vampire. Might bring to mind certain things, and that's fair. So that's one that I want to look at. also some room design, timey-wimey stuff. I've got an idea for an adventure coming down the road here a little bit. Kind of a one-shot, kind of a maybe more than one shot, but I want to play more with time, twisty-turvy, travel-y even maybe kind of things in dungeon design. So that's what I have on the outline. And I think start with asides. And again, this is a really loose idea in my mind because I haven't necessarily done it yet. But I sort of, again, trying to think about what I can do in my planning to give myself more options if a player can't make it and I don't have the time or the inspiration to sort of plan something out. So if I'm planning a regional adventure, the players have decided to, in this case, I'm going to say, going to the forest. And we'll see. The formatting will come through in my notes at some point. Let's say that the players are going to the forest. Not only that, they're going to the old forest. They're going to a place that they've not been in order to investigate, adventure, and find something lost, let's just say. So that's the core adventure. And what I want to think through is what are a couple of adventures, sort of mini adventures that could happen in that area, in the forest, that could sort of divert the group's attention if for some reason not everybody's available. And I want to kind of plan this as a couple of thoughts I've had already. One, I don't necessarily want to dip into Fae, because that's really common, and that happens a lot. And Fae is kind of a big catch-all, but very roughly, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna. It's in the forest. I'm not gonna do a Fae thing. Beat you to it. Cynical. The other thing I don't want to touch necessarily is myconid stuff. Those are really easy go-tos for me. I've used mushroom stuff a lot in the past, and I kind of want to push into something different. So when I think about the types of things in a forest, another thing that I've used in the past, but which I could also explore, there's certainly like, tree ants and sort of living sort of forest spirits that doesn't feel necessarily Fae. They can sort of be adjacent to that. Another thing that I do, and I might as well jump over to this now. Let me make sure that I hit the right button. I think that's right. Yeah. One thing that I'll do sometimes when I'm brainstorming is just kind of take a look through stuff that I've painted up or stuff that I could paint up, just looking for sort of inspiration. So like, not everything in my collection is done, but like, this kind of giant, crazy, is it even in view? Yeah. Giant, crazy snail is really interesting, and that could very easily be an aside or a distraction. What are some other things that I have here? I think this is a sloth. Just like a giant sloth. That's not so bad. So I already pulled out. I think this is, what's the word for this? It's basically like an evil chicken. Mischief, you said, you could try twisting regular adventures. Normally bandits would attack the players, but what if bandits need protection from local trolls or similar? Yeah, that's a super cool idea. And you hit on it, right? Like twisting stuff like that is like a really useful way to brainstorm this type of adventure. So like, protecting bandits, and that's another avenue in the forest. Is just people in the forest can be both causing trouble, in trouble. That's a cool idea. Let me add that to protect bandits from, and it could be trolls, could be, you know, lost, something like that. I like it. What else do I have in here? I think I've got like snakes, a bunch of weird wolves, that kind of stuff is pretty common. And then I have two. My method for organizing minis that I haven't painted and sorted into my plastic containers is really just to put them into bags. And you know, again, sources of inspiration can come from wherever. So I thought I would just dig through here and see if anything jumped out. As you can tell, not a ton of planning for sort of a brainstorming and prep session. This actually, I do have this in somewhere. This is an unpainted goat. One of my favorite one-shots, and a lot of people's favorite one-shots, is the, what is it called? A wild sheep chase, I think it's called. Let me come back over here. Cynical, using minis for inspiration is cool. Having a reason to get them done would be helpful. That's also one of my, one of the things I'm always in the back of my head. If I get inspired and excited to use it, then I'm definitely at least a little bit more likely to get it painted. Motivation to do more work. Boy, if that's not, that's one of the themes of my content for sure. So it'd be fun to try a twist on a wild sheep chase, and this is the first. I need to have a special sheet for this. I'm gonna try to keep track of everything I reference here to make sure it gets like put in the description as links, because it's inevitable when doing brainstorming stuff like this, kind of designing and session prep, there's going to be stuff flying from every which direction. I want to make sure that all these ideas get properly credited and linked so that people can find them. And without getting too far into it, a wild sheep chase is, and I do it sometimes as a goat just because those were the minis that I had, and that's a little bit more dynamic than a sheep. But whatever, the point is that a wizard gets trapped in that form and has to ask the party for help. There could be, you know, something like maybe you know, two creatures each seeking help, and the players have to sort it out, something like that. Viking, do you know something about the background of the players that you're going to GM for? Yeah, totally. I know pretty much as anybody in the world does. I just watched a YouTube short from you, and how coincidentally you happen to also be streaming at the same time. Well, welcome, Don Toro, I think. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, a bunch of new people today. Some of my shorts are getting some views, which is very exciting. So if you're new, welcome. This is actually a new stream for me. I've never done this particular one on YouTube before. I've done some session planning stuff in the past. But anyway, I like the idea of players needing to sort of adjudicate. That's a $2 word. Having to sort of like try to judge a situation, especially if there's some sort of a creature language barrier, right? I think that's part of the fun in a wild sheep chase that I typically make sure to add to it. I think the structure of the one shot of a wild sheep chase usually has the sheep like immediately giving the players a scroll of like talk to animals or speak with animals or whatever. I like to sort of play with that a little bit more so that there has to be a little bit more kind of puzzling that out. Cynical, two talking creatures both try to convince the party that they're the wizard, and it, yeah, you know, maybe the you know, only the creature in the wrong can, you know, communicate at all. Something like that. That's a fun one. That'll definitely, here, let me bring the size down just a little bit. There's definitely something there. I want to go back to the protecting bandits is a cool one too, because like you said, was it who was that? Was that Mischief? I thought that was you. That's a cool idea exactly because of what you said, because it's sort of turning it on its head. I think this would be cool, especially if the bandits had wronged the players in some way, or were, notorious, wanted, what's the word for it? Like, had bounties out for them. Like, again, that sort of like moral thing where, yes, we're planning this, but allowing for, lots of different options for how it can go. I don't want it to be, sort of a random encounter where it's like, here's some monsters, go fight them. I want it to be enough to engage for an entire session and have different ways that it can go. Yeah, good stuff. I like these ideas. Let me see here. Take another look. See if there's anything else in here. I've got some vultures, which that's definitely weird. Vultures circling in the area. That might be a little bit too subtle, but that might play into another idea somewhere else down the line, because that could get the player's attention, or maybe not. A bunch of bears. I've got a bunch of bears, which might be worth trying out as maybe those are the two creatures rather than sheeps. It's or sheep. Sheep is plural of sheep. Rather than a couple of sheep, it could be a bear. Hey, look at that! I've got like an armored bear too. It's cool. Let's see. An owl. See if anything else jumps out of here. Lots of little critters and familiars. I see there's a scorpion, which doesn't play super well with the forest. There's definitely something with familiars. That sparks something for me. So what if... I think it's also probably in my head that I saw somebody online asking about the game Root. I'll write down Root on my list of links as well. I think it's called... I look over... No, I don't have Root. It's something else, but it's a game that I've been wanting to try out that I think is sort of role-playing with woodland critters. And that, when I think of familiars, abandoned, lost familiars have created a woodland home in the forest, but need help. It's kind of a fun twist on like it feels juvenile at first to be like, oh, Bambi and Thumper are asking the party for help. But if it quickly became clear that they were like super knowledgeable and maybe actually like kind of imps or some other worldly creature that was in the form of a familiar, that could be cool. All right, let's see here. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe back to the back on the human side of it. I think like the types of things that could cause people to be traveling through the forest, getting lost, getting stuck. There could be maybe like either a merchant or what's more evocative than that, like how about a traveling circus wagon left behind, something like that. That could be interesting. Another one that I've done that I've used in the past, and so I don't really want to explore it now, but just to kind of throw another idea out there if this is helpful for anybody watching. I had it was a job that the players were on. They were basically chaperoning some woodcutters for a couple of days in the woods while they gathered lumber, or gathered trees, I should say, for their craft. And they had to help put out a forest fire that was caused by like an overzealous wizard's apprentice that had sort of lost control of a fire elemental that they conjured. So that's always a fun one too. I see you're cynical. Two talking creatures both try to convince the party that they're the wizard, and the other is the familiar. I feel like that's a cool way to. I think Viking, you asked if I know anything about the background of the players. Yes. Oh yeah. Sorry, I intersected. Is that Mitchie? Is that the way to say your screen name? If not Root, Wander Home, or Humblewood. Humblewood is the one that I have on my shelf, borrowed from a friend, actually one of the players in my game, to try out. And the other one, I'm not sure I've heard of Wander Home, but I'll write that one down too. Viking, I don't know how, but what if there are two groups of creatures or people and both have legit motivations to keep on their mission, but they are contradictory? This way the player has to choose who to help. Definitely, and especially with like long-lasting consequences, or competing ones. It's not always a great idea to sort of intentionally instigate conflict within the party, but that can be some place to start. Magus, good evening as well. Thank you. About the background, maybe there's something in the forest that... Yeah. So that's a good point. If it helps, when thinking about... let's see, location, forest, players, or let's call it player characters. So where this would come into play in the game, like what I have in mind that I'm thinking about, Mitchie, awesome. And Magus, this is Ulysses. I'll put that in the link notes as well. Ulysses. I have to use a markdown editor, otherwise I will just obsess over formatting, and I'll spend all my time doing that. The player characters in this case, it's a 4-player party. There is a rogue, a sorcerer, a barbarian, and a bard. And I would say that the barbarian and the bard have the most tying them to forest typically. The barbarian is sort of a natural kind of living in the woods type of barbarian, and the bard has been to the Feywild, is interested in going to the Feywild as much as they can. So they're probably the most kind of nature focused, whereas the rogue and the sorcerer are a little bit more about the city. I would be remiss after a recent short video that I made and brainstorming in the comments. I'm not sure if it was on YouTube or somewhere else, but some sort of a massive tree. Community Mishi. Sorry, I was close. Nishi. I got it. See, I probably got it the first time and then screwed up the second time. Bear with me. Appreciate it. Like living in the tree that is unaware of the world beyond. Made a joke in one of my shorts when I was talking about, or one of my videos, I should say, I was talking about crafting trees and put trees in trees and trees, and it's just sort of a offhand joke at the end of the video. A good way to end a minute-long video about trees. But the great thing about this hobby is that everything can be yes-handed, including a joke about a giant tree. So that's where a massive tree, community living in it, combat encounter entirely within the branches of the tree. Yeah, good stuff. A lot of good ideas here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we can probably get to 10 and then sort out which ones to like flesh out some more. I definitely feel like there's a few more hanging around. Just need to think about it. There's also a twist. Viking, you like that? Okay, well maybe combat in the tree, or even in the trees, let's say, could become a part of it. The trolls are actually as familiar as wild shaping to protect themselves. The trolls, I assume you mean up here from trolls. Shape-shifting trolls. Another one that I've used before also is, and actually I'm going to give this one a separate line. Okay, before I forget, what was the twist? I had a twist I need to write down, but I lost it. That's okay. It'll come back around. Give a give a creature a wand that normally wouldn't have one. That feels like it could be fun in a lot of different ways. Definitely. Hey, Ryan Anime is close. If it's been blessed by Jerry Holkins, anybody can call me that, and I won't balk at it. Could be a goblin, could be a troll. I mean, could be a kid. Could go in lots of different directions. Another one I've tried, and I'll throw it on the list because maybe it'll help somebody. Well, this is kind of well. Here, let's start with this, and maybe we can twist it. Broken wagon wheel as a con. So, seemingly innocent folks asking for help, but really it's a way to rob people on the road, or in this case, forest trail. Viking, there could be a group of people trying to steal the arboreal heart, whatever that might be. Maybe there are songs about the magical qualities of it. That's cool. The tree is a tree who wants to feel like a god. Now we're getting there. Those are both cool ideas. Yeah. Songs, magical qualities, and the party can be twisted, help the NPCs help them, but is to cut the tree. I kind of like this idea. Songs and trees makes me think of. Okay, here's a start of something. Maybe it'll be enough, or it'll need some more pushing. A group of, let's call them druids and acolytes, or let's call them like nature clerics, are carving and removing druidic songs that have been carved into trees, leaving them, let's just say, but the trees don't want them to. Something like that. Some sort of conflict where it's like, don't destroy these trees or remove this, don't burn them down, but also maybe the trees are not good trees. There's something there. So the idea is written down. Nishi, I love tree combat. If it's with familiars and smaller animals, it can be in the branches and treetops, but also inside the tree if there's a hole in it. I like that. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's add one more. 1, 2, just create into notes. Hey, no problem, Magus. Caveman bomb. Caveman bum. Call you caveman. Road encounter I've used in the past is a wrecked wagon with gnome casualties, saying that the wagon was ambushed. The gnomes are actually Spriggans responsible for the ambush. Interesting. So that's like a more advanced take on the sort of wagon dupe, the wagon con, the wagon ruse. Mischief. The druids could have recently realized that the druids who made the songs were worshippers of evil gods too. Yes. Yes. I like it. Okay, so this is the song actually a puzzle? Ishi, now you're talking my language. So the song idea is kind of exciting, kind of interesting. Here's an angle on it that's incredibly unique, or not incredibly unique, but it might be too unique to my group to be helpful outside of it. But I like the idea of the song sort of spread throughout the forest in this way, being a threat, only because there is a lich that my party has not, let's say, entirely dealt with, because it's a bardic lich, a musical lich, and I haven't fully thought and vetted through this, but they've never identified the lich's phylactery, and I always kind of envisioned it was a song, so or various kind of music, something so that like as long as somebody somewhere knows it and hums it, they survive. Like that's how they're kept alive. So maybe I could tie this idea into that as a fun way of revealing one of the ways that this song is trying to be kept, trying to keep it around. I like it. Song of the Trees. Good wordplay. Song of the Trees. Removing it because it is the phylactery of a lich. Could be cool. You can combine them so the trees have something to offer, but so do the druids. Yes. Especially because I think that, so like, and this will probably be one of those ideas that I wanna play around with, if not on this stream. I'll do it myself, but because like I said, I don't want to dive so far into stuff that's like my player group specific that nobody else can benefit from it. Like, we can keep this stuff fairly generic and usable for everybody. But in this case, the song would be sort of played by the trees as the wind blows through them. Because if I'm a lich and my phylactery, my protection for myself is a song, then I'm going to go put that song somewhere that it's going to sort of play itself. It's going to stay alive or whatever, just through natural means. So that's actually a pretty cool. Like the people doing this could have come to it only from the perspective of this is a dark song and ritual that is like killing the forests, and they don't necessarily understand why, but they know all they can do is basically cordon off the trees affected and destroy them all. Meanwhile, the trees are sort of party to this, and the whole thing could be, it could be the notes, or it could be something that is maybe more arcane, but still very kind of bardic and interpretable. It's almost more like the trees have been cursed to basically play their role as this kind of giant instrument playing this song. And in that sense, this could also be tied back into any sort of like some forest creatures come to ask the players for help. Could be woodland critters, could be familiars, could be some other creatures. Familiars would be an interesting use case here, because if they're also living in the forest, then they could have a greater sense because of how much they've been exposed to the arcane. Great. Okay, so I feel like we've got a good idea, or a good set of ideas. I like the idea of giving these names. It'll make it easier for us to talk about them. So Song of the Trees is fun. Let's say Wagon Wheel Ruse, or Wagon Ruse. Give a creature a wand and normally quality responsible wand. What else do we have? Massive tree, like a tree like community, right? Or like a call it the world is a tree. Viking, hey, absolutely love it. Please do. It's a tricky one. Like I say, like I'll probably start prefacing, or I need to come up with like a disclaimer for these, where it's like, warning, completely untested homebrew, unbalanced, potentially broken, or like incomplete ideas. Use with caution, but. With all these other ideas, a traveling circus wagon left behind is kind of nothing, or it's just there's not as much in it. Vulture circling, familiars, talking creatures that are humanoid is still interesting. Could combine well with Lich Druid BBG. Cool. Pointed hats of Lich Druid BBG. I'm not familiar with it, but it sounds cool. I like protecting the bandits. Okay. Fun asides. Let me finish what I said I was going to do. I definitely like mischief. What if the creatures are mongrel folk from Curse of Strahd? me shoot this cool idea. We played a Monster of the Week campaign where our big bad was a myth made reality due to how many people talk about it and the ability to grow deep in based on almost like a it's like a and also I've not played or run Curse of Strahd, so I may not know the Mongol folk, but I'll make note of them. Something I need to look into, apparently. Something I need to read about. Hey Phil, welcome. Didn't expect to approach you. My plan is definitely to be streaming earlier in the night to catch more people awake. But you know, hey, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for checking out. Thanks for swinging by. We're working on asides, is what I'm calling them, but sort of mini adventures that could be plugged into an adventure in a forest. We've actually got, I think, a good number here to talk about. I'm just going to get rid of my vulture idea. That didn't go anywhere. Familiars kind of merged with that. Traveling circus, and get rid of that. The world's a tree. Okay. All right. So I want to flesh out a couple of these. Rolls a tree, irresponsible wand. Wagon Ruse, Song of the Trees. Okay. So I think we've got 6 cool ideas. Which ones, let's say we pick 2 of them to sort of flesh out and explore, or maybe like kind of, yeah, really totally get there. So what do we think? Petition for familiar or not to be renamed. Are you familiar? Yes. Happy for renames. Well, I'm sorry, Phil. Hey, I'm trying to stay on top of, unfortunately, YouTube takes like a whole day to allow the VODs to be like editable, but I'm trying to keep track and go back in and put like table of contents, make it so that you can skip through and see more easily what you're looking for. So hopefully VODs will be usable no matter what time zone you're in eventually. All right. Can I do... Of course I can. Why not? It's a flexible text editor. All right. Hey, thanks, Viking. I need to go now, but it was really nice thinking about this stuff with you. Sometimes I don't find any ideas for my campaigns. It was nice to see the process with you guys. Cheers. Wow, from Brazil. Thank you. Definitely hope to catch you again sometime. I'll try to do this at least weekly, as often as the opportunity arises. So hopefully catch you again sometime. All right, which one should we do? I'll put in some votes. I don't have a voting process because I didn't know what this would become. Sounds like we've had a couple of votes. I'll put oops. Well, that's annoying. Separate them, maybe that'll help. Definitely Song of the Trees is a cool one. That's what I'm leaning towards. I think Wagon Ruse is cool, but not that unique unless maybe combined with something else. Wagon Ruse plus Irresponsible Wand or something like that. Are You Familiar is super cool too. Maybe I can be convinced to do 3. Maybe we can combine the other ideas into those. Yeah. Okay. That's what... I can pull in elements, I think, of the others. Save the Bandits and Song of the Trees are the most interesting, developed, unique compared to Wagoners in my mind. Yeah, I think Save the Bandits being worked into one of these other ones, maybe. Yes. Okay. Well, let's do that. Let's take. I think let's work more up, because I think Song of the Trees is actually decently fleshed out already. Cheers, where everybody knows your name. Was that? Oh, maybe I missed the reference. Did I say something? I may have said something. Or maybe it was the song. Okay. Could be the trees attacking the bandits. You're introduced from the perspective instead of the druid's perspective. Great call. Yes. Multiple parties makes a ton of sense. Just thinking. Misha agreed. I like the juxtaposition of saving the bandits and the lyrical lich song puzzle. Yeah. Oh, I know the Oh, okay. I wasn't making the connection between Where Everybody Knows Your Name and Song of the Trees, I think. Everybody Knows Your Name. Is that the connection? I just may be totally dense right now. So definitely multiple parties or multiple groups. We've got this druid, nature cleric faction. Definitely some sort of what would we call them? Some sort of friends, call them friends of the trees, or defenders of the trees, and somehow bandits mixed up in there. My bad. That makes total sense now as you explain it. I'm happy to force you to explain every joke. That's another thing that I do here. It's another part of the stream. Don't know what to call this. Feels like something like clues. Don't know if that's what. Maybe like regional effects, or you know what? Maybe hooks. Let's call it hooks. If you did a multi-shot, you could combine those different points of view. Like the first campaign would be save the bandits from attacking trees. I definitely like so. Definitely not afraid to see this sort of encounter or set of encounters turn into more than one session. It's more just like, okay, something that can be sort of tossed in when there's going to be a gap in attendance for some reason. Not going to be moving the plot, but interesting and sort of fleshing out the world. So absolutely. So like hooks could be fleeing bandits, calling for help because they were attacked by trees. The forest itself seems to be singing a song with the wind. And part of this too with the hooks is like using them, dropping them in, as a DM, you could roll or sort of randomly choose, or even just pick your favorite as to what sort of hooks the player's in, or these different ones could be popping up as they adventure, and depending on which one hooks them, maybe that's the angle that they first get introduced to the conflict from. Mischief, what if bandits and druids are turned into blights by the trees, but only the druids know they can be saved, so your view changes completely if you have been with the druids? Yeah. Slight twist on that. What if, and this edges a little bit more onto the Fae side of things, but it could also be explainable with other factions. So if we take the defenders of the trees, so I need it. Okay, definitely gonna have to come back to give that group a name, but we'll say a druid or cleric turned into a blight via a curse from something like a spellcasting critter, some sort of familiar, something like that. Oops. That jumped farther than I meant it to. Because I think the ones that would be attacked by those defending the trees, they would curse, even though maybe the druids or clerics could be able to undo it, but I don't think that they'd be super powerful. I don't know that they should be a huge threat on their own. But I definitely like the shifts in point of view. Definitely. Yeah, good stuff. Hey, thanks for checking out the stream. Appreciate it. We'll definitely do more of these. Particular, I don't want to like narrate too much of this, but there is going to have to be do we like the idea of actual familiars in the forest trying to protect trees? Shift the druids could be really weak but very elusive with tree teleports and misty steps. Yeah, I think so. I think these are and that could be who are they really serving, right? Somebody powerful could be behind them, so you have to be careful. Tread carefully, I suppose. I feel like they should have some sort of name that's yeah, tree teleports, misty step spells, totally. Low level, misty step. I want a name that I feel like there's definitely room to give them a name or like a symbol on their robes. It needs to be good sounding, but potentially what's the word? Not vicious, but kind of harsh. Kind of like the cudgel, or whatever, judgment or whatever. You could add Fey ties for the bard in case they want to keep in touch with this faction. Totally. Yeah, and I think and that's where I it's more fun if this becomes like, hey, here's a cool encounter that anybody can use and plug in, extend these hooks out to your world and whatever. I like the idea of that because then, more people can use it, which is more fun to be building together. Definitely wanted bounties on their heads. Yeah, and knowing that there are bounties on their heads, that becomes something that the druid clerics can use to tempt the players to side with them. Wait, are they upset with the bandits? They're not upset with the bandits. But they could reveal that information and say, hey, what's up, MP? Thanks for checking out the stream. Ominous. Definitely like ominous. Yeah, ominous sounding. Names are hard, so I don't want to get too hung up on it. But definitely something. Ominous. We'll say it's like ominous meets nature. Tree defenders, basically at this point we're looking at probably fake creatures, or it's probably a bit of a stretch to have familiars actually like casting stuff, unless it's a familiar or a group of familiars that are specifically have like stashed away, like there's a tree somewhere in their community with like the hole in the tree and it's just stuff full of these wizard scrolls, so they're using these, burning them up, basically like reading them off because that's what they know how to do. That could be a way of pulling in that familiar idea also. But that was one of them. I don't want to step on. Yeah, we already have the familiar stuff in there. But they could all be tied. It could be a similar group tied into them. Different adventures, all with kind of these factions moving through the forest. Fleeing bandits attacked by trees. The trees thought they were working with the druid force, druid faction. Yeah, faction. I don't want to get caught up. Naming things is such a bottomless pit. I don't want to fall down that. The forest itself is singing. Trees responsible for the song are marked with arcane / musical symbols. Puzzle. Certainly an opportunity for a puzzle. I love a good puzzle. And a druid or cleric was turned into a blight via curse from a spellcasting familiar. I like all of these. The bandits could have stolen a key to defeating the trees, which is why they were attacked. That's a good point. That is another good way. Yeah, what did the bandits do? The bandits could be attacked by trees. Basically, it's just a bad day in the forest for bandits. Bandits pursued or cursed by the druid cleric faction for stealing from them. Stealing from them is basic. NP, it's interesting because the almost two-faced nature makes me think of the Roman god. Yeah, Giannis. Yeah, is that the mask that's like black and white, or like it's like two-toned or whatever? It's almost like light and shadow. Maybe dusk. some kind of like they're members of like the Order of Dusk or something like that. Hallowed Mist. I like Hallowed Mist. I like all of these. We're saying Hallowed Mist is cool. What did I just say? Something about Dusk. Dusk. Order of the Ducks. Dusk. Dusk could symbolize the end. Here's a question. Now that, like, looking at these hooks, we have bandits being attacked by trees, in which case players follow back and effectively are communicating with the trees directly that are being sort of harmed. Bandits could be cursed by the faction, this hallowed, whatever this group is called, because the bandits stole from them. The forest could be singing a song through the wind. Those three are stronger than a long way of saying I'm not sure that familiars need to be a part of this at all. Or at least if they are, it might just be missing something. But we do have the other encounter that have familiars in them. So I'm leaning towards keeping it as the bandits, the trees, and the cleric group. Without bringing any sort of other fey or familiar creatures in. That's what I'm leaning towards. Because I think I want to explore the familiars more than what this will allow. And in this, they're basically messengers. And I think the trees are the third group. Multiple groups. It's the faction, the bandits, and the trees marked with symbols. Yeah, I think that's plenty complicated for navigating those different groups. Granted, the bandits have probably simple needs compared to the others, but bandits could have a cool gang name, right? Bandits could have any sort of ridiculous name. Somebody's name gang, right? It's that simple, and then you've got a name for a gang. Group do it, carving, removing it because the phylactery of the lich. The song will be played by the trees, so the forest creatures come to ask the players for help. Yep, okay. So covered all those notes in better ways. Can flesh out the hooks and the different members, potential encounters. Trying to think about how much more I want to refine this. Let's make these clearer. Okay, so maybe now we're in a better position to say, like, what is this? what is the situation? Hallowed Dusk Mischief? A group known as the Hallowed Dusk. How about let's try this on for a while. hallowed. Hallowed. This is the thing with names. There's some sort of I'm resisting going down word search. A group known as the to be filled in has begun has begun carving I was thinking of something like natural or nature, like natural sounds worse than nature. But like in a good way, like natural, it's like, ooh, what do they mean by that? A group known as has been carving trees and marking them for what would be here I will look up the word for like it's like a deforestation word. Deforestation. I guess just marked them for clearing. Has begun carving large chunks out of trees and marking them for clearing in order to protect the rest of the forest. A group knows. A group known as the whatever has begun carving large chunks out of trees and marking them for clearing in order to protect the rest of the forest. The group believes the trees are cursed and are a threat to mark them for clearing. The group believes the trees are cursed and are a threat to the rest of the forest. There we go. I have my own. I'll put this. Here, like an aside to the aside. The tree. The curse on the trees is arcane and is musical in nature. The wind blowing through the limbs on these trees sing the dark tune, sing a tune that belongs to a lich. As long as MP Circle of Thorns, I feel like I've heard the name somewhere before. How about this though? Thorns, a great group known as the Hallowed Thorn. Is that too like punk high school badass sounding? Is that like, oh, my band name's the Hallowed Thorn? We can keep reworking it. Circle of Thorns. The curse on the trees is musical. Cursed trees sing the trees. How about the curse on the trees causes their branches to sing a song when the wind blows through them. Hallowed might be outside of high schoolers' vocabulary, depending on the... That's fair. That's a fair point. When the wind blows through them. A clever bardic lich has made this song. Their phylactery. Thank you, auto spell. A clever bardic lich has made this song their phylactery and cursed the trees so that the song will always be sung, preventing their demise. The hallowed thorn is unaware of this. Hey, what's up, Spy? I am good. We are planning, designing, exploring ideas, coming up with maybe cringy names. What could be better? Thanks for checking out the live stream. The live stream preparing to fail, which is what we all do to some extent, right? I like the idea that the group ultimately trying to remove this threat ultimately really has no idea what truly is behind it. So I don't really have like a way that I normally lay these things out. In fact, like I said, this sort of like set of encounters or this like situation, this aside, it doesn't actually really fit into how I normally plan in general because it's sort of self-contained, but it's not. I mean, technically this could be a one-shot, right? There's ways to turn this into something more structured or what I would feel comfortable running as one-shot. This though could be super meandering. This could go in a lot of different directions, which is what is kind of cool about it. So let's say situation. How do I get? Okay. All right. At the same time, a gang of bandits known as the Mischief. I could see it as a beginner campaign taking maybe a couple sessions. Yeah, I mean it's really just sort of a. I think the charm really comes through in the different hooks, ways of sort of finding out about what's going on and connecting it into a larger world. I think would add a lot. Would add a lot to this. Has stolen. What would what would the hallowed thorn be using to sort of desecrate or anoint these trees, effectively clear them? There'd probably be some. What would it be called? It'd be like a stash, or it'd be like the satchels. Has stolen. I mean, they're valuable spell components from the hallowed thorn. One of the members was cursed. Cursed. I've been using cursed too much. Was turned into a blight as they fled. Yeah. The group known as the Howled Thorn has been carving large chunks out of trees and marking them for clearing. The group believes the trees are cursed and are a threat to the rest of the forest. The trees disagree. At the same time, a gang of bandits has stolen valuable spell components from the Howled Thorn. One of the members has turned into a blight as they fled the scene. Cool. So there's like a... curse is just background information that may or may not come into play. And then hooks. Mischief, the druids might draw the conclusion that the bandits are the perpetrators because they stole from the druids. Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of like the crosstalk and sorting out what's true here. Yeah, I can see a lot of groups taking different approaches here. A group of bandits carrying what would it satchels that okay, how about a group of bandits bursts through the forest begging the players for help. One of their group has been turned into a blight by and the bandits are also clearly carrying satchels that are adorned with cleric symbols. The satchels the bandits are carrying look out of place. They are adorned with holy symbols and are way more expensive than anything else bandits have. Something like that. The oh. Cool. Or the rather than have multiple ones that are the bandits like asking for help, I think the players could basically hear a commotion. Hear a commotion in a nearby clearing. A small group of bandits is taking turns attacking the trunk of a tree. There we go. Something like that. Bandits pursued, did that. The forest itself seems to be singing. Yeah, we can revisit those notes. Wonder if there are any other effects of the song. I wonder if like I wonder if there's a way to kind of hint at the nature of the song without being too heavy-handed. So maybe it's more like the song itself kind of casts everything in sort of a twilight kind of dusk. You know, it's not quite dark, it's not quite light. It's just sort of hazy, and maybe otherworldly, right? Because that doesn't necessarily speak to anything. It could be magical, it could be natural. In different ways. So Weeds dance place and no fauna because the song drains life. Yeah, Mischief, I like that, but I think that should be more subtle. I think the way that I would want to run that, and maybe there's a way to flesh this idea out, but I think I would, some of the stuff I'd leave to see how it goes at the table, but that might be something that's only evident at like the roots of the trees, maybe, that are actually cursed in this way, because I don't want the players to necessarily be like, okay, we've got to stop it, this is bad. They should be sort of like, well, what's the problem, right? They should be able to kind of go either way with it, I think. A haunting song plays on the wind. The closer the players get to, definitely. A haunting song plays on the wind. The closer the players get to the music, the more the forest takes on a twilight / dusk. What's the right word? The more it feels like the sun is setting. As long as the players can hear the music, it will feel like twilight, dusk all the time. I don't know the right exact words for it, but that's the vibe. NP, I feel like Mischief is onto something because I feel like it needs to hint that the Lich is involved. The further they get into the heart of the forest, yeah, maybe the Lich somehow is the boss of the Druids. Yeah, I think now we're getting, I think, clues. Forest itself, trees, and definitely some sort of like what the markings are. Let's do a section on clues. And this might allow me to clean up some of the earlier sections because I think I was getting into this, but I think we'll start with what you guys are touching on for sure. MPPS is a great idea for a stream. It reminds me of my undergrad creative writing class. Sweet. Okay. All right. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you like it. I'm excited to explore it, and I'm also excited to be creating a situation where I'm forced to do a lot more prep and sort of exploration of these ideas. Because I've been wanting to, like, these are really fun. Like, I wouldn't have had these ideas if not for doing this. So sap is blood colored when they strike the trees. Good idea. Okay, well, let's go there. It's like a better version of my world building process, literally just a dungeon and a with a cool boss. I'm always like as much as I mean so much of what I do as a DM is, you know, crafting, making props, terrain, creating a scenario, you know, painting minis. But I always all of those things are fine however they are, but the one thing I'm always kicking myself is like, why didn't I spend more time thinking about connections, tactics, creature design, stuff like that. Mischief, streaming schedule, still working it out. This is only the third stream that I've done here on YouTube. Really, I a few months ago was streaming a little bit more, and I was like cross streaming, but now I'm like fully on YouTube. So I'm still sorting that out. But if you are subscribed here on YouTube, I'll be posting about it as I get it more concrete. And if I'm streaming on a day, I'm going to try to have basically a notice of intent like in the morning. That way it has a full, I notice like YouTube notifies people about my intent to stream, but it's better if it has like 6+ hours to sort of circulate that. So hopefully the schedule will get more solid as I figure it out. Right now I'm trying to do kind of as much as I can just to sort of get back into the swing of it. So any day that I'm not running a game, when I'm not running my games, I'll be on stream about this time of night probably. Arcane Elvish runes that when put together indicate they were written by a bard, let's say. That's a clue. The roots and any plants growing near the trunks of the trees are blackened and what's the almost like let's say sapped of life, something like that. The trees, when struck, bleed a dark sap that looks a lot like blood. That's a cool one. Kudos. Withered. How about withered and blackened? There we go. Okay, so something bad is happening to the trees. Yeah, gnarled. Gnarled plants could be interesting, indicating a more aggressive lich. Definitely. So I'm trying to think about what the tree's position in all of this is. Hey, let's see, the Joe. I'll call you the Joe. This exercise is it's called Preparing to Fail. Session design and prep. We are making what I'm kind of coining an aside, or what I think of as an aside, which in this case is Song of the Trees, a set of encounters that can sort of run adjacent to a campaign adventure and can be sort of slotted into an existing adventure, kind of like a one-shot, but not, with new characters in a separate area. Like just kind of, hey, it's okay if they don't find and stumble upon this, they can find it later type of thing. Side mission about trees, bandits, and druids. Well put. This, if you pause the stream, is the situation. And this is the curse behind it. And we're sort of working through series of hooks, and now clues. So I think that trees, if I think about role playing a tree is like, at minimum, right, hundreds of years old. Any of these trees that are large enough in this forest, and theoretically trees could be even older than that, right? At least as old probably as the lich. So I kind of feel like the trees kind of maybe don't care a whole lot. They should almost be more removed. Like, yeah, are they being used by whatever? Like their bark is you know, these markings and stuff are not them. They, you know, they get marked up all the time. You know, nature has their way. But I wonder if there is an influence on them by the lich. So it's almost like they just don't want this trouble. But hey, if they get attacked, you know, the gnarled roots and things around them can sort of spring up and attack on their behalf, and maybe their tone becomes more menacing, right? If attacked, the trees will bleed a dark blood-like sap. The gnarled roots and plants around them will spring up in defense, and their tone may become more what's the word, more you know, there's a better way to say this, but more hate-filled due to the lich's influence. Yeah, it's a good set of clues. Puzzle opportunity there. A set of runes or symbols or something like that could be puzzled out. There's a lot of different ways to do that. Actually, it would be kind of fun to literally use bark and try to like paint maybe or carve things onto them and have that kind of be the puzzle pieces. That would actually be pretty neat. Let's see. MP, I keep thinking about the familiars, though. I see them as being in the trees and keeping an eye on the party as spies. Yeah, I definitely think. I think we should look at that one next. I think that one will come up here quick because I think we've about exhausted this one. Mischief twisted the entire thing. The riches or nobles have hired trees somehow to attack druids and bandits in the woods. Yeah. I wonder how you would hire a tree. I wonder what that sort of. I wonder what that cost structure would be. What's up, Hale? Returned from your welcome. You're always welcome. The members. Hallowed Thorn members only know the trees are a threat due to their markings. They are acting on orders, but will defend their mission with their lives. I intimidate the door vibes. Yeah, exactly right. I don't understand much of anything going on. They will steal what they can, escape when they can, and really hope that nobody realizes there is a sizable bounty on their heads if captured alive or dead. Something like that. And the trees are the trees don't care much for anyone involved. They wish to be left alone and will only turn hostile when attacked or questioned too specifically about what the symbols on their trunks mean. This is due to the influence of the Lich's curse. Okay. Mischief the drop bucket thieves. I like it. Leader once dropped a bucket on a person's head. Stole from them Skyrim style. Well, Mischief, and anybody here, you said the magic word, send me a message. You can see how to reach me. Other social platforms that I'm on, Instagram, TikTok, these things let you message people you follow or whatever. YouTube doesn't let you, but my email's on there. Send me a note. You guys can get access. I'll send you guys invites. I have a not yet public and out there. I'm trying to control the growth of the Discord so that it's manageable. So it's been slowly growing over time, but yes. All right. Tree clues, I think. Please do. Hallowed thorn clues. Drop. How about the drop bucket gang? That's kind of cute. NP found you via Instagram, and your shorts have helped me. A certain DM, the long formats are very good for helping me understand the thought process. Awesome. This is definitely these sessions will be sort of all over the place. I want to, and I'm working on some longer form videos for those that aren't crazy like all of us that spend time on live streams, that are more directed and more discussing like encounters that I think are really cool or that I want to share the thought process behind. So that kind of stuff will be coming here hopefully soon, and I'm really excited about those. And hopefully it'll be more of the same. Hopefully just another way of sort of fleshing out these ideas and bringing more people on board, because this stuff is just so damn fun. Hopefully soon. It's a lot going on, but all right. The satchels they are carrying don't match, or don't look out of place. They stole them from the clerics, and that way I can remove. Don't understand. They will steal the can. Let's give the can. There's that guy. Get rid of that. Players get the gang talking long enough, they will probably let it slip that they had to leave nearby town due to a large bounty put on there. Not sure that there's much more to this, not to them. Particular creature that I like to use a lot in my sessions. Not really. Something new and interesting is always what I'm drawn to. You know, part of my brainstorming process is to go like, okay, what kind of miniatures and stuff have I not painted? What could I pull in and do something with? So always something new. Definitely probably things that I fall back on, but probably like myconids. That was one of the things when I said, hey, let's do something in the forest, not mushrooms. I have a cool set of those. I should probably do a video about that. Maybe that'll be for my longer format stuff, but I think there's some really cool encounters you can design around myconids as a group. Mischief, you have a troll mini, and I love finding ways to yeah. I think that's Ankeg. Honestly, a big, just as like a side mention here, I'll make sure that this link gets added as well to Matt Colville's video. Once the sort of the revelation, at least to my mind, of action-oriented monster design, once Matt Colville published that video, it sort of opened my eyes to the idea that any monster pretty much can be a session, can be a threat, can be a boss, can be an exciting encounter. And I don't think I ever really thought about it that way, where it's like, you know, you can take one of these creatures and figure out what makes them tick and then sort of make them into a threat worthy of your party. So as a result, like, I mean, anything goes. There's really no bad choice, I think. Don't know that I have any. I'm not gonna. Action Monster, awesome. Fleet Mortal is a really good book. Yes, and I actually have some of that nearby just in case I need to flip through. That's another thing that I'll do sometimes is look at creatures, which we may do here in a second as we switch gears. So I think, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that this feels trees marked with symbols. I could run with this, with some, you know, specific notes here or there. Like this feels like something that is pretty close to something I could run, especially on short notice. Maybe an extra hook. It'd be kind of nice if they were, you know, roll a d4 type of thing, but that's if this was going to be like released or anything. The most I'll do with any of this stuff is find a way to share it, you know, either to the channel or wherever else that everybody can access the notes and stuff. But I'm not going to worry about it being like totally thought. This is what I mean, by the way. I said towards the beginning, and I need to find a punchier way to explain this, but this is a lot of this process to me is not very system specific. Like technically I run 5e. I don't think that there's anything in here that cares about a system. This is just ideas and sort of crafting them, like figuring out like stat blocks and mechanics and all that stuff is, I think, secondary to like what's going on and what is interesting and what can the forest and sort of this unfolding scenario communicate to the players. So Song of the Trees, I'm gonna say it's good. I'm gonna say it's good to go. Check. Save the Bandits, also check. I think Are You Familiar is deserving of sacrilege. Are you familiar? Let's take this idea, play around with it a bit. What program? This is Ulysses. It is a Mac app, Markdown formatting. I'm a fan. Hey, John Michael, thanks for checking out the stream. Any advice on motivating my players? They are very risk averse and often run from encounters. I feel like my hooks are not strong enough because they often don't resolve plot conflict, but I don't know. Great question. And a fun diversion and palate cleanser. Let's chat about this for a minute. I have a lot of thoughts. Here's the first thought. Risk-averse players can be fun. It's actually not super common. One of my groups is definitely more risk-averse than the others because they have gone into a region of the world, discovered that there was a dragon there, and turned around. They said, let's deal with that at a higher level. Because threats are allowed to evolve if they run away. It is so difficult, and so much work is done as a dungeon master in so many different ways to make threats, to keep threats alive, to keep threats surviving, right? If players are willing to run away, they're giving you a gift, and the gift is next time they see that threat, they have history, right? And that's actually hard to come by in D&D. So that's my first thought. Yes, yeah. For example, the dragon, and this was what happened to my players. The dragon in the swamp grew larger. And so did the swamp. So in the case of what my players did, fleeing from sort of the swampy area of the world and going a different direction meant that the next time they came into that part of the world, which was months later, the swamp had actually enveloped the kind of the arc of the travel, the main like travel road in that area, so that it was now actually really treacherous to go through. This dangerous sort of biome had swallowed up part of the world a little bit. So yes, absolutely, they can develop. They can get smarter. Definitely. So that's my first thought. They often run from it. I feel like my hooks are not strong enough because they don't resolve plot. They don't resolve plot. I don't know. My second thought, or my second piece of advice on this is I think that, and this can be misunderstood very easily, to be like railroady, which is a whole other topic. What I mean by this is ignoring combat as like the sole resolution, I guess. If the players are intending to accomplish a goal, whatever the players want to do cannot happen without dealing with whatever the threat is, right? There's a video on my channel. It's a short. You can find it on my channel here. It's only a minute. I think it's, gosh, I don't remember what it's called, but something like the biggest, the first and biggest mistake that I made as a DM. Lots of interesting discussion and ideas on it. But my point, and I think I kind of screwed up telling the story in the video. I would do it a little bit differently, and maybe at some point I will. In my first real campaign, very first session, my goal was to have the players deal with a gang of goblins, a goblin camp, right? So this is session 1, level 1, bunch of players that haven't played together. Oh, Haley, you really like that one. Awesome, thank you. And my goal in that first session, and this is different than how I run a lot of my sessions, but still, even now, my goal for a session 1 or sometimes even a session 2 is to provide a scenario for the players to have fun together and for the characters to begin to bond, right? I don't like opening a campaign with 100 options. Because now the players could be lost. I want to start with more of a controlled place, and then that's what I thought of when you said put the game in the way. So awesome. Thanks so much for watching my video. It makes sense. Why else would you guys be here if you didn't watch some of my videos, right? It's like I'm surprised when people in my own live stream are like, "Oh, you guys watch my stuff? That's so cool." So my problem in that first session was the players were trying to accomplish a simple goal in the forest. And they sort of crossed paths with some goblin scouts. And I thought when I was designing this, like, this is really clever, this is really great. This gives them, they'll run at them, they'll fight them, they'll want to trail them back to their camp, right? The players weren't interested in that at all. And the reason was because the goblins were like a minor speed bump, and it wasn't in their way. In other words, if they discarded of these goblins, got them out of the way, fantastic, let's finish our mission. From a player perspective, following game sort of, signposting, they were doing the right thing. They're like, great, okay, that was a fun little thing, haha, we took care of it, now let's do what sort of the game expects of us. And that's not railroady, that's just players looking at things and saying, well, let's get this task done. The town wants us to do this task, let's do this task. What I should have done is had that task that the players were doing in the forest completely ransacked and destroyed and taken by the goblins. In other words, they get to MacGuffin in the forest, the MacGuffin is gone, and there's a trail of breadcrumbs effectively leading to the goblins have taken it. Now they have to deal with the goblins in order to get their task done. Doesn't mean they have to fight them, but they can't really collect that plot coupon, so to speak. They can't advance in the world of the game unless they deal with the goblins. So yeah, whatever the players want to do cannot happen without them dealing with this threat. This doesn't necessarily give advice about how to do that, except to say that you shouldn't feel like it's railroading if part of the game that they're playing puts things in their way. That's not railroady. That's called game design. That's what we do. You can roll for it. That's fine. You can, let the players roll for it. Maybe they avoid it, whatever. But it is, if the players have goals they want to accomplish, put things in their way, and then they'll resolve it, I think. Hell, yesterday I binged every short. Well, thank you. That probably took you an hour, right? Because they're only a minute long max. John Michael, it is interesting seeing you in long form. So used to the shorts. Yeah, I don't normally speak this long or speak this much. But streaming will help with that. Hopefully that helps. If there's more specifics in your situation or more stuff that'd be worth talking through, happy to do it. Super interesting. I have a lot of thoughts on it and hope that helps. Okay, my coffee is dry. Let me test out my fancy buttons here. Switch to notes for a moment, and I'm gonna go refresh this coffee. Take me like 2 minutes, and then I'll be back and we can keep on cruising. Seriously, 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Get back over here. Catch up on chat. Thanks for the announcement, Mischief. Yes, 2 minutes. That's all it took. Just had to warm that sucker up. Okay. Are you familiar? Big idea. Lots of inspirations on this one. This one is cool because I think it's more open-ended. The conflict, I think, is still to be found. But I think we all like the idea of somehow talking or communicating animals that are some version of either a wizard's familiar or transform familiars. Again, kudos to Wild Sheep Chase, because some of these cool ideas stemmed from that. I think here's another wrinkle. So I don't know if you guys have ever run the one-shot a Wild Sheep Chase. Hail weekend streams, definitely. I definitely plan to. So one thing that I like to add to the one-shot, the Wild Sheep Chase, if you guys haven't run it before, involves the players being asked for having a sheep approach them, or when I run it's usually a goat, because I have a goat mini. And basically drops a scroll of talk with animals and tells them it's been transformed and needs them to help. You know, this jerk in the forest did it, took over my house, took my wand, all that kind of stuff, and they go and help. One thing that I like to add to that one shot, and something that maybe could be folded into this if it fits, is the idea of somebody that is, if somebody's able to cast any sort of transformation, you know, shape shifting, or like, you know, whatever you want to call it, whatever variety of magic that's changing them, turning small animals into humanoids, to act as guards or whatever. So it was always really charming for any group when I ran them in the Wild Sheep Chase, because I added guards if there was time, and we won't get into necessarily one-shot design and strategy, because that's a whole other topic that I hope to cover another time. But if there was time for it in that one-shot, I would have basically the grounds of this kind of evil polymorph caster, guards protecting the gate that were very clearly squirrels that had been transformed into human guards, but still basically talk to as though they were squirrels, and were very obsessed with things that squirrels are, talk very fast, very easily to be distracted, just to kind of have a cool role play social encounter that feels really kind of weird, but totally in line of what that one shot is about. NP, but you can't use that pun. You are clever if you don't use sheep. You're right. Thanks, Hale. Appreciate that. Have a good one. So I think transforming animals into humanoid guards is fun. That's, yeah. You can never go wrong with a person acting like a squirrel, because they are ultimately a squirrel that's been turned into something humanoid. So what is the conflict? By the way, when I think about these, kind of here, let's take an aside to talk about asides. These sit alongside the adventure, can be skipped, but will flesh out the world. The players take time to explore them. I just had the thought. You guys should see my script writing process for trying to get my thoughts into a minute long video. Uh, it's a lot like this, but for, a lot longer. All that to say, asides belong to a region. So when I'm thinking about these as like forest, I'm thinking that like Song of the Trees that we just kind of figured out with like the arcane symbols on the tree trunks, that's going on in the same forest that whatever we come up with in Are You Familiar is also doing. So the kind of the bleed over effect of those can be, I think, really interesting, but also kind of like the point of them is to flesh out the world. So as we're creating these sort of like packed little nuggets of gameplay that are, inconsequential, kind of, you can walk right by them, it feels a little bit more intentional than a random rolled encounter. But they fun because they can reference each other because they're in the same. Okay, you get it. Feels like central to this idea when we were talking about it earlier. Oops. Helps to stay on the right page. It feels like central to this idea, or I think what we kind of were orbiting around was this idea of two creatures transformed, or familiars already, where the players have to sort of suss out, adjudicate a conflict or a disagreement, or save one of them from the other, something like that. I also think that it's super fun to allow the idea of a wizard familiar, or a family of wizard familiars, to basically be kind of unusually intelligent and self-sufficient woodland critters living in the forest. I like the idea of them. But why? Here's a question: if they are sort of like abandoned, why are they misfit toys? In other words, if they were familiars belonging to a wizard or multiple wizards, why are they in the forest then? What happened to their wizards? I'm thinking too. And P, I don't know why, but I imagine one trying to eat the other. Yes. Yeah, I think so. One stray thought, I don't know, one potential answer to it is there is a like, what happens to the familiars the wizards don't choose, or what happens when a wizard recasts the familiar takes a new form. Yeah, that might not be it, but that's a thought that came to mind. Maybe failed familiar bonding due to young wizards at a school, or learning, or arcane guild. Yeah, I have to, if wizards are book learners, there's going to be a schoolroom somewhere where they're just trying to find familiar to work, and every time it doesn't, maybe one of these familiar rejects gets created without a home, but maybe with a chip on their shoulder. again, sort of island of misfit toys. Which could be cool. Hey, John. I appreciate your tutorials and how connected they are to each other. Make it easy if you go to the next short. Also, each information is different, important. You've earned my follow. Well, thank you, John. Thanks for checking out the live stream. I appreciate it so much. I'm really glad that YouTube allowed linking videos from shorts. I still have a bunch in my catalog that I need to do that with, because it is a little bit clunky to do it and to figure out how to make that work. But it definitely, I don't just try to connect one to the next one. I try to like keep them all thematically tied together. So hopefully it sounds like that. If that comes through when you're watching, that's awesome. And welcome to the channel, NP. I like that because it could also lead into further rabbit holes. Like if they fall in the aisle of, oh, they get cast out for the, ooh. Mischief, a small fiendish creature with a barbed tail and wings, a single leg missing, called a limp. That's adorable. Very cute. You guys probably know more about the lore than I do, but I mean, familiars aren't really animals, right? A familiar is a spirit that takes an animal form you choose. Well, what the heck is that? A spirit in what sense? Where does the... Okay. And you would think that as a DM I would know all of this stuff, but I actually have never run for a wizard. I played a wizard, but I've never run for just a plain old wizard before. That's not true. But it was my first ever campaign. It was a solo game with my wife, and neither of us knew how to properly play the game, so it doesn't really count. And she never used Find Familiar. It is a celestial, fey, or fiend spirit. I don't think that these, I don't think I want these to be. First of all, like, obviously people can run Find Familiar however they want. John, also are you using Obsidian? Just want to know, start using it. But this is Ulysses, actually. I've heard good things about Obsidian, but I've not used it. Thanks, Mischief. The more unique and splendiferous, the higher up. They don't fight because they would make others more unique. I think I like these being sort of enhanced animals. Ah, ha ha ha. Yes. Okay. Now, okay. Now the I asked the void enough inane questions to begin to flesh out something like lore. They are sorry, I'm still forming it into a statement that I can say. It is a school, or it is there is an older wizard training younger wizards. Let's just say that. In the process of teaching his young students, the arcane arts, let's say, a scholar, a mage, has enchanted animals to act as training familiars for the process of training his to act as training familiars for young wizards to practice with. Once the young wizards can cast Find Familiar successfully, there is no use for the animals, and they the mage has no use for the animals, and they are set free, something like that. Good question, John. I'll answer you in 1 second. Mischief, do you have any tips for starting to make D&D content on YouTube? Don't just make it on YouTube. I will explain as I reset music so that's not repeating in my brain. Okay, percolate on that, Mischief. I'll come back around to it. John, no problem slowing down the stream. It is what it is. There's no speeding up or slowing down. So the big idea here is an aside, which is not, I'm sure there's a better word for it, but my thought process is somewhere in between sort of a random encounter and a full-fledged one-shot. In the regions of the world that my players go, it'd be fun to have these sort of missable adventures kind of hanging around. Maybe it becomes part of their travel, or, and this is the purpose of it, if, a video I did like last week, I think, if I have a player that's not around for a session, rather than me canceling it because I want everybody to be there for running the full campaign, I can sort of pull these adventures to the forefront, and it's, again, missable, but interesting, fleshes out the world, sits in the background, they can walk right on by it. That's the idea. So we're sort of brainstorming different ideas. This is the second one we've done of the night, and this one loosely, kind of vaguely, some sort of a set of encounters, or in this case probably more of a social thing with familiars, enhanced critters in the forest. Yeah. John Michael, I feel like the lore isn't clear. You son of a bitch. I'm just kidding. You're right. Especially when you start considering warlocks can have an imp as a familiar. Is a spirit in the force of an imp or actually an imp in your service? I think if a wizard has it in his mind that it's helpful to give these animal companions to his training wizards, and then once the wizards graduate or can cast their own Find Familiar, he just sort of releases them. I feel like if you ever need somebody acting sort of like really irresponsible, I typically just drop that on a wizard's feet, because they're, they could just be so absent-minded they're not even thinking about, like, oh yeah, I guess I have released like 12 of these off into the forest. Like, what's happening in the forest? I don't really care. They got their own stuff to worry about. Coming all the way back to your question, Mischief, any tips for starting to make D&D content on YouTube? I said don't make them only on YouTube. If you make content, if you make videos, let's just keep it simple. If you make videos online, you're making them for algorithms. And they're not necessarily bad. The algorithms are designed to put content in front of people that those people want to watch. That makes sense. But algorithms can be fickle, and each one is designed a little bit differently. And one thing that I've really appreciated, I just started in January of this year making videos, putting stuff online, diversifying and posting to multiple places. So I post my short videos to TikTok, Instagram, I have a Facebook page, and YouTube. Every single video posted all 4 places. That is nice because not every video is going to hit every algorithm and every group of people in the same way. So sometimes a video that doesn't do well on Instagram, let's say, hits really well on YouTube. It's like, okay, that's still a cool thing. Also, lots of people use social media in different ways, different places. So depending on what your goal is, if the goal is to sort of get ideas out there and have ideas seen by people, I'd say use all the platforms that you're interested in, and just start to build your audience that way. NP, oh crap, it's 11, I have class. Good night all, thanks for the brainstorm session. Thank you, NP, hope to catch you again sometime. Thanks for checking out the stream. John says you can make it a mixed deal with imps. They are devils, they make contacts, the wizards give gold, a bit of a soul class about that world, and Nine Hells is a class about doing something. Do the familiars? Maybe the familiars have beef with the wizard. If a wizard, let's take 2 attributes. A wizard that's cheap doesn't mean that the wizard's evil. It just means that the wizard is cheap. What's up, Lup? Loop. You tell me how to pronounce it, but maybe just Lupz, because that'll be really hard to pronounce otherwise. But welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, Mischief, if you have any other questions about that, feel free to shoot me a note. Happy to talk about it. I've done a lot of thinking about it over the year, but most of it just isn't probably interesting to most people who follow me, so I don't talk about it that much. But so if a wizard wanted to make deals with these imps to basically help his students learn how to cast the spell and practice, and so the wizard is casting and creating basically modified, who cares, he's a experienced wizard and he can cast Find Familiar, and he's doing it over and over again, bringing new imps into the deal, and he's making arrangements with them. He's like, hey, listen, you're not bound to me, this is not a thing, I need you to perform the service, and in exchange I'll pay you. And he makes that deal, but then as a result of being cheap, at the end of the day effectively traps that imp to that woodland creature and sends it off into the forest because he's cheap, and he figures, like, whatever, it's a squirrel now, what's it gonna do? What can a squirrel really do? Can't get within 100 feet of his cottage or whatever, right? That puts the players I don't know if this is stupid or not, so that puts the players in a situation where they have basically disgruntled familiars and a cheap wizard. Well, welcome, Lup. We are brainstorming nonsense and circling the idea of familiars. I think if something like this was happening, some of the familiars, some of the imps in the forest would have taken to their new life and accepted their fate, and others would be grumpier about it. Factions of familiars. And these imps are planning they're plotting revenge. And the players can either stop the familiars If they can fight Bambi and Thumper and all the rest, or they can help them seek revenge on the wizard. And even if the players help the familiars to return to their imp form to free them from the forest, the imps want paid. So somebody's got to pay them. So will the players, like, you know, John, have you seen Adventure Time Squirrel? It could do a lot. It was just I have not, but I should check it out. This might be silly and cartoony, but I guess if we're dealing with familiars, it's going to be it's a legitimate problem. And a careless wizard might not even be a careless wizard. It might just be a wizard who's like, hey, yeah, I've got this spell, I can cast it and everything, but these imps are asking for too much. I can't do it for them. That does give us multiple creatures, right? So imps seeking revenge and imps seeking peace. Thinking. I think I like this idea. I think this could be cool. How did I format this before? Just follow the situation. Let's see if it still sounds good as I spell it out. My players dislike playing with familiars because they think it's hard to control two character sheets. I'm thinking in some way to make them more comfortable, but it's hard to figure out something. I mean, you could probably simplify and there's probably a way to simplify it so that they're not running it as much as see if you can boil down their familiar into a a free action or a bonus action, or maybe a couple of them that they could take on their turn, and then you just keep track of, like, if it gets hit or whatever. If they could handle, a free action or a free bonus action, or however you want to phrase it, doesn't really matter. But if they have basically turned their familiar into a weapon or a ranged attack type of thing, where, like, they can use it to do stuff, and maybe they'll be willing to try it out. How to describe this situation. Small woodland creatures. Thanks, Mitchif. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all your help brainstorming. A group of familiars, in this case imps, which have been locked into their current form, is divided on forest is home to a group of familiars, in this case imps, who have been trapped in their current animal bodies and abandoned. They are currently divided as to how to proceed. Of the, God, how many would there be? Of the 20 or so familiars, only a portion of them are happy living in the forest. The rest would like to seek. The rest are plotting revenge on the wizard who abandoned them. Wizard responsible. Loop. Good idea. I was thinking in a short character sheet, like a card game, but putting familiars in bonus action, something like that will suit better in their playstyle. Yeah, I mean, give it a shot. Who knows, right? Like, you know your situation best, but when I think of like what's the lowest fi, it's like basically making a magic item or something. John, also to break it down for Adventure Time, the snail squirrel was taken over by a very big, bad, evil lich anyway. Kills an old hero, and now he's across the world for trying to kill. The Adventure Time thing you mentioned. Gotcha. I was like, whoa, this this little side adventure is gonna take a hell of a turn. But no, that makes sense. Interesting. That sounds pretty epic. The wizard responsible trains young. Let's call him a mage. Mage responsible trains young wizards in his cottage at the edge of the forest. After making deals with the imps to help train wizards up on spellcasting. Mage is also really cheap. After making deals with the imps to help train wizards up on spellcasting, the mage trapped them in their animal forms and cast them out into the forest to avoid paying them. Cool. This creates basically a new civilization in the forest, and sort of probably an entire culture around what bits of magic and truth that they are aware of in the world. John Michael said, I was recently inspired by your time travel. Oh, thank you. Working on a villain who isn't real yet, either a god or aberration who is sending visions to the past to try and bring about his own creation. Oh, that's a cool idea. That's a really cool idea. playing with multiple versions of the villain, competing with each other to make their timeline come true, creating mana themes. Yeah, sounds super neat. Almost like Kang vibes, right? The, you know, either a god or aberration who's sending visions to the past to try and bring about his own creation. Yeah, there's definitely a cool concept for a villain, and a cool way to have, like, you know, saving the future vibes, and also like lots of different iterations of the villain, but like they're sort of out of reach ultimately, right? How do you get to them? Yeah, Kang is cool. Kang is also side tangent, but one of the funny things about like Kang in the comics versus doing it Kang in the movies is that, you know, Kang, there's a sort of like humor to Kang in the comics, because in order for the premise of Kang to work, Kang has to be defeated all the time. Because if the power of Kang is that's not good enough, and the only way to demonstrate that is to have him defeated. So it's funny to see people complaining here and there now about like, oh, Kang's not an impressive villain in the movies now because he keeps being defeated. It's like, that's kind of the Kang thing. Like, he's kind of defeated, but he keeps coming. You know, you can't defeat him forever. It's like a war of attrition. Okay. Hooks. Let's write some hooks. How will the players hear about this? The players find themselves. The players stumble into an odd scene in the forest. They've likely never seen these types of animals fight before. It's odd. And did the little one just say something? Yeah. Loop, when you are plotting the adventure, you prefer to start with brainstorming at a determined point, like an investigation of occult and work starting there. You're talking about for like these adventures? I think it's every which way. It's wherever. I think you I think that brainstorming and designing things is sometimes just about grabbing onto whatever seems the most solid and then fleshing it out around that. So I don't have any like deterministic, this is how I do it. It's more just like kind of here where it's like, okay, familiars in the forest. What's a different take on that? Where can we, and sort of it just sort of comes out of it. Sometimes that thing you grab onto, like you said, is like, hey, it'd be really fun to do a heist, or it'd be really fun to investigate, you know, a crime or a murder, and that's where it starts. But also sometimes it becomes something different in the end. So but that's part of I think that's why the process is so addicting and fun to do. So one hook is the players literally stumble into a couple of these familiars fighting. I think an industrious familiar, let's say, what's a different sort of one? God, what are the? I just had it pulled up. What is the list of familiars? think that snake is stealing your component here. Component pouch? Is that the right word? Waking the players notice a snake quickly moving away from camp with the spellcaster's supplies. They've just been, what's it considered? It's not called, they've just been burgled by one of the more ambitious familiars who would like to use the supplies to seek revenge on the wizard who, on the cheap mage, let's say. Switching headphones is always fun. Okay, there it caught. I think writing out the hooks is some of the most fun of this process. So, stumbling into a fight, being stolen from. I think a familiar. I think if one of the factions within these familiars, let me start up. Let me also do a characters. What's up, Teague? Thanks for checking out the stream. Here's a weird idea. Apologies. The population of wolves nearby is drastically increased since the amount of small animals increased as well. Down the nearby. What else wolves even look like? That's not a weird idea. That's an awesome idea. That's a excellent hook for something like this. Would it matter? Would it matter at all? Here's my question back to you, Teague. Would it matter at all if these new small creatures are intelligent and fighting back, laying traps? What if the wolf population? What if the wolves are actually attacking the town because it's actually difficult for them to hunt in the forest because these familiars, these clever imps, are doing such a good job protecting their new territory? Squirrels riding wolves, John. That I mean, it's not. I think it's a great idea. I think that's a super cool way to loop that back around. John Michael, the wolves have grown bold. Now my sheepdog is injured and they've made off with my favorite sheep. Please, adventurers, do something about it. Exactly. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Well, and plus, then you just get that, there's an opportunity to see that odd image of a, yeah, like you said, squirrel riding a wolf, or a falcon with like a leash down onto like 2 or 3 wolves leading them around. And it just so happens that the ultimate one responsible is the cheap mage at the edge of town that people, hey, it's nice that he teaches people magic, but they have no idea that he's the cause of this. T. Lovett, that provides the chance for some environmental storytelling. Wolves could show up with scars, makeshift ropes tied to. Yeah. So more than usual. So here, let me start a new section. Various clues to the situation. Familiars are seen riding wolves. That's a hell of a clue. Wolves are found to have scars and markings that indicate collars and bindings, something like that, have been used to train them. Something like that. Yeah. Absolutely. Makeshift rope. Yeah. Markings, or some kind of vibe of that. Like, that'd be an interesting thing to unfold. I think that a wolf is found. A wolf. One of the wolves can speak and has no idea how it happened to them. So I like the idea of the imps, like, capable of some magic on their own, especially as many of them hobbling together and stealing from adventurers, getting components. And so the idea of one of the ways that they train these wolves, now it's a Rick and Morty adventure. I mean, as soon as you start having, like, find familiars, talk with animals, some of these things, if you mash all these together, it can get pretty absurd, but reasonable, right? And if you run into one of the wolves that can talk, but the wolf can't explain why it can talk, it's like, who's allowing these wolves to speak? Yeah, Rick and Morty adventure a little bit, but hey, you know what? The big idea of an aside like this is that some of the players can't make it, so let's play an adventure that maybe we normally wouldn't use in the main campaign. This is perfect. So I love that. Few hooks. I don't think I had a section for characters yet. So we've got the mage, and we've got a couple flavors of... sorry, checking my other notes for how I did it. Yeah, okay. What's a good? I feel like I have the easiest time coming up with weird old mage wizard names. And I say that right before I just have a total blank. It's like what indicates like something thrift. That might sound more halfling, thrift fellow. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, Jonathan, I missed the reference. Yeah, not squirrels. Never squirrels, Marty. Embrick thrift fellow is a cheap mage living near the edge of the forest and as far from nearby town. Living at the border of the forest and the nearby town. Um, he has been teaching young wizards magic. He teaches young wizards how to cast magic, and one of the ways he does that is by making deals with imps to act as training familiars for the young scholars, for the trainees, for his students. Unfortunately, he skips out on paying the imps their agreed fee by trapping them in the animal bodies and leaving them in the forest to fend for themselves. Themselves. Something like Buck. The squirrel from Ice Age. Yes. Now here's an interesting question. The familiars are divided in how they feel about this. And some of them are comfortable and want to live as their new persona in the forest. They're happy that way. They are I feel like these have to be sort of like cute, it almost becomes a tribal thing. Like this is the family name that they go by, so that if you come across, this can be another one of those clues too. Like what, and I don't like getting hung up on names because it's so easy to get trapped with names. Let's call them the bark dwellers. That is fine. Are a faction of the abandoned, or of the a faction of the imps that have taken to their new forms and are happy to live their lives in the forest. They have I feel like all of the imps would be responsible for all the trouble with the wolves. They have taken an aggressive stance against would-be predators, though. Vivaldi, thanks for checking out the stream. Have you ever played run Delta Green? Fell into it past month and it's fantastic. X-Files meets Cthulhu with an insane amount of fan creation. I have not. Delta Green, I haven't checked it out. I think I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. Very cool as well, being able to loop like hobbits. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, they're imps, right? So they're not as what would you call it? They're not as wholesome, right? But they're close to it because they're comfortable staying where they are. But some of them are not. Some of them want revenge. If some are the bark dwellers, then maybe some live maybe something sneaky about them, or like they're plotting the shadow, shade. What's the right, like something, if you're nefarious in a forest, John Z, the wizard could be pissing off the devil who runs the imps, and now he can't make more imp familiars, so he wants them to exterminate the squirrels or make them to. Yeah, okay. Not knowing he's the issue. Yeah. That's a good. I think that's good as a hook, actually. So let's see. The wizard could be pissing off the devil who runs the so he wants to exterminate the squirrels or make the town folks do it for not knowing that he's the issue. So it's like an anonymous quest, right? A mysterious note. Someone wants squirrels wants to exterminate squirrels in the forest, or well, a lot of small critters actually. Loop, I'll put them in a favorable eye to the mage because he gives a place to live. John Z also can't do anything because the wizard found a loophole somewhere in his contracts. Well, certainly, yeah. Eye to the mage because he gives a place to live. Yeah. What's something with thorn? I know I think we just named an order of the thorn or something like that, but something with bramble. Bramble's that's a fun word. What does bramble actually mean? A prickly vine or shrub. The Bramble Folk. Brotherhood of the Brambles. Yeah, we're thinking we're on the same wavelength. The Bark Dwellers and the Bramble Folk. Like already, like I'm imagining the way that these factions are living and the way you could stumble upon them. Are a faction of the imps that wish to seek revenge against the mage who trapped them in the forest. He sells it to the party. He sells the squirrels to the butcher. Bramble Folk is it's for the town folks meet. Very solid name. Well, thank you. I'm actually like this is. I can definitely see coming back to some of these names and factions and stuff for a game aimed even around this stuff. It's very charming, very fun. The only thing the Bramble Folk see eye to eye with the Bark Dwellers, the only thing the Bramble Folk agree with the Bark Dwellers about is their approach to fending off and is how to defend against the wolves. Is how to defend themselves against the wolves. Yeah. Okay, so there's clues in that. I think, man, so many interesting. If they go the route with the mage, Loop. I think the mage is a villain because he's thinking in a way to unbalance the forest ecosystem in the most easy way. Yeah, he kind of is, even though like. It feels like a situation that has gotten out of the mage's hands, and he's probably not even super aware of. He's certainly been what's the word for it? Not malicious, but he's been irresponsible to the point of being like he's culpable for sure. Like he's responsible for this. Yeah, I mean, I think he's ignorant of how far it's gone. I think if somebody brought it to him, he'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, like, you know, like, so the mage, right? So the players can track an anonymous job posting on the notice board back to the mage. Oops, that was a fast scroll. The wizard asked the butcher to produce more food supplies for his students, so the butcher asked to hunt the squirrels now, and the regular hunters are having a hard time hunting them now. Yeah, definitely like a general sort of like disruption in let's say clues in the forest itself. The food chain in the forest has been disrupted at basically every level. Right? Anyone who hunts, gathers, or lives near the forest is aware of the change. Something like that. Because I feel like how that manifests could be a lot of different ways, depending on what the players do to engage with the world. If they're coming through the forest primarily and not the town nearby, then they're not necessarily going to hear about that impact. But in the forest, there would be evidence of sophisticated traps with really small what's the right word for it? Vivaldi, so the disruption is resolved by politely asking the mage to please leave. Squirrel season, bunny butt keeping in mind. Well, I think that the resolution, I think that the interesting thing about this is that it kind of depends on where the players decide the problem is. Obviously, the mage is responsible, but that doesn't change the fact that, you know, if you do, sorry, I want to use these names as though like this is all real now. If you listen to the Bramble folk, their answer is great. You're on our side. With your help and with our knowledge, we can go kill this wizard and take all of his stuff. And the players will probably go, hold on, like that seems a bit harsh. And they're like, well, like, how else are we going to break this spell? Are you going to convince him to? By the way, we also need to be paid, both for us and for the bark dwellers. Like, he's not getting away from this, and we're gonna take our pound of flesh or whatever. Or, if you side with the wizard, he kind of just wants the problem to go away. He's like, think of the town. Listen, these are imps. Like, I should have paid them, but paying them is beside the point now. What, when you walk out into the forest, they'll tell me apart. You see what they're doing to the wolves. And then the bark dwellers are like, listen, we just want to be, the problem here is the bramble folk. If we could just take care of, there's really only like a dozen or so of these guys that are just, they're bloodthirsty. And if we can take care of those, we're happy to strike a deal with the mage. If he stops doing it, we'll keep everything peaceful. And like, depending on where the players' allegiances lie as they learn about these things, like the quote unquote resolution, who knows, right? And I think that's part of the fun of this one. Vivaldi, I can't believe I have to face the consequences of my actions. Yeah, well, but then the mage can be like, listen, yeah, I feel like an old mage, almost like a, it's like a what's the guy, like, certainly not. I think most wizards have to ride that gray line a little bit, right? Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, what's the character's name that's like the fixer guy? Mike Ehrmantraut. I imagine an old mage is like, listen, guys, it's really charming, it's really cute that you guys have been talking to squirrels and birds and owls and all this stuff, and that you have these strong opinions. I don't know if you know what it's like casting real arcane spells. He's like, the components that I have to use, the things that I've seen and that I have to deal with. There are bigger threats in this world, and we need to train up anybody in town or anybody in the region that can learn, and I'll do what I got to do. This is a greater good that we're serving. Like, I feel like everybody's got something to push and pull on in this situation. Loot maybe a magic flute to bring all the squirrels, or go on a hunt to know the most effective way to catch them. Too many options. I mean, honestly, like, this is a really cool set of ideas. Let me just make sure we didn't have language barrier, didn't really come up. Yeah, misfit, transforming. I think this gives a lot to work with. We've got characters, we've got various hooks, we've got clues. Obviously, this doesn't like fully flesh out like what are the mechanics, what are the stat blocks or whatever, but that's not really, in this case, like if I have, I think what's cool about this is this feels like something to be pulled out and like, okay, I can run this from a few different angles and have fun with this. Vivaldi, so it's the pragmatic mage versus the imps that want to kill him versus the imps that want to find some hopefully non-lethal compromise. Yeah, yeah, and really it's just this web of weird relationships that the players now, like, what will be their solution? I certainly have a player group that would probably go like, all right, let's just, we can roll the dice or we can vote, but like, somebody's going to be killed and then we'll solve this. I think creative players could also say, listen, we can relocate anything in this whole thing. Like, who do we need to relocate? Who's the easiest to relocate? Or how do we? What's the Aesop's fable lesson that we can teach this wizard, and how? Yeah, I think that's really cool. I like that. So, are you familiar? And then earlier we did Song of the Trees. I consider those really, really solid asides. I'm very happy about those. How do I even? Like that's what I want to do. Sure. John, do you have a wizard in your party? I don't have a wizard in either of my parties. Nope. But they are aware of arcane magic. So if so, the player wizard can see a poster saying need help for students, please come to. That's a good point. Yeah. Single memory faction. There's so many new connections. It's the web. Vivaldi, yeah, absolutely, and it's why I always kick myself not taking the time to think through all these pieces, because it doesn't take that much I mean, it does. This is all considerable effort. Like brainstorming stuff and thinking through this stuff is can be really tricky to do. But then once you have it, it's like, oh, look at this. Like, look at all these different ways that this can be explored. Let me see here. So I've got a couple of ideas about other things to brainstorm. So we did 2 asides, which I think is awesome. I'm curious what you guys think. The other 2 ideas that I had to explore was, one, I have a boss encounter coming up, possibly even this week, with what I'm considering an energy vampire. Or something that's more out of left field and strange. I have a couple of ideas for room designs that are like dungeon room designs that are kind of time travel-y. Vivaldi, does the mage have his little faction of students that may have That's a great idea. Absolutely. Like, there's going to be, like, once you extend into the town, there's going to be people that think, hey, the wizard's doing more good than harm. And you're going to think other people, it's like, what, he's disrupting the natural order? Like, that's, you know, that's evil. That's dark magic. We need to run this guy out of town. I think everybody gets to have a different opinion about this stuff. And, like, yeah. The chronomagical nonsense. Yeah, let's do that. We can certainly do that. Chrono magic. Gather my thoughts, and I think I actually might. Let's see, paper and pen might be helpful for some of this, actually. Which is funny that I tore that off because I actually just went to white paper, clean, clear paper. This one, I think. So I've only done a little bit of this, and I want to revisit it. And when I say this, I mean I have basically a what's the best thing to call it? Vivaldi. So just to collect myself, this entire Mage vs. Imp storyline is something separate from the story in the main. Yes. Yeah. So sorry. Just to collect ourselves. I did. I made a video like a week ago, something like that, and one of the parts of the video, or the parts, it's a short video, it's only a minute long. The only part of the video, the whole point of it was that I think one of the worst things about me, or the worst thing about me as a DM, is that if somebody's not available to play, I'd rather just cancel the session. Bad. I don't like it. I want to change and get better. And so, in the past, one of the ways that I've helped with this is I've had like one-shots designed that I put together to run with whoever's there. That way we still play something. But I've kind of run through my one-shots, and like designing a lot of one-shots is a lot more work sometimes. And so I had this idea for what I'm kind of calling asides, or like regional mini little adventures that kind of don't matter as much. They don't move the plot forward, and they're not big things. So there's going to be a lot more, world building and sort of fleshing things out. That's what these ideas are built around. So they're kind of offshoots. They could be in a session. Maybe it's 2 sessions or whatever, but just kind of a fun little side event to sort of the main campaign. That's sort of the big idea with the sides. Or part of the, and really, like, it's also an excuse to like brainstorm stuff in this setting, which I think is really interesting. I get excited about doing this with other DMs, exploring these ideas that, it's like, it's fun. It's fun to create in this way. Internal one shots, yeah, kind of one shots where you're not having to. It's with the characters, and they're almost the type of things where you could feel comfortable saying like, hey, here's a piece of the adventure back when they were level 5 that we skipped over in the campaign, because it wasn't a big deal, but it's interesting, and we can go back and tell that story now, right? Loop said the town where the mage lives have some NPCs who have seen it as an intentional mistake. Yeah, I mean, John, my goal is definitely to break the habit of not running as often. And part of the solution for me is sort of adjusting and changing how I prep and creating space to prep things extra like this that are stuff that I can have and use. That's kind of a one shot, not really. Planning a one shot takes a lot more time, for me at least, than what we just did in an hour and a half, right? Or a couple of hours. This kind of stuff that is just sort of off the beaten path, I think this like light design work can be really helpful for me. But now, switching gears, flashbacks, yeah, flashback sessions for sure. And I've kind of done that with one shots before, but typically it's like other characters. It's entirely separate but related to the main campaign in some way, and those are fun too. I want to definitely do more of those, but I think doing that will be different than this. This was an idea where I was like, what if we just had a couple fun little adventures in the forest? What would that look like? And I'm pretty stoked about where we landed on those. Need to get better at my buttons. Okay. Tell the tale. Okay. Time stuff. Time room. There is a stronghold in my world, and it has it is an orc stronghold that, here, let me switch this way. It's an orc stronghold that there was basically the loose backstory there is that there was this kind of tribal orc war chief that was never really given a foothold in the region officially, and so kind of became strangled out of like sort of the political landscape of the region. Was bitter about it, but he had in his sort of castle, right, somewhere between what's the difference between a stronghold and castle? I should know, but something big like that up in the snowy mountains, basically became isolated, and his son, in sort of leading a revolt against his father, who he saw as complacent and like the reason that they didn't get what they deserved, took control of their armory and various kind of relics that they collected over the years, and a bastion, yeah, and one of the things that happened in the mix is the war chiefs, or the orc king, really, his son used an item that was really powerful, but also got damaged in the ensuing fight, the ensuing struggle. And all of that to say that break, that damage, that magic relic that was damaged, sort of created a chaotic bubble around the stronghold that has been experiencing time chaos ever since. And all of that is my justification to hang lots of crazy, weird kind of time puzzles on this one particular dungeon. I've run a couple of them before, a couple of these rooms, but I want to revisit it and flesh it out more, because I think there's an opportunity to run it with my group as a one-shot. So the thing that here's an example of one that I've run before, and I think this is a really approachable you know, because time twisty stuff, it can get really weird and really, you know, difficult pretty quickly. But I use terrain. I use little boards that I can build those terrain sets out on, and you know, having a oh, my skills here will be having a very simple room that the players are moving through, and having a version of that room taking place after something terrible has happened, where now traversing it is treacherous and difficult, and having those two boards on the table, starting with the A room and only introducing the B room when it sort of happens. And basically it's like, okay, every D4 rounds, or maybe at the top and bottom of every round, or maybe at random, basically both boards have the same number of grid spaces, and it sort of, the room changes around them and whoever they're fighting or whoever they're working through this room. So, you know, that first time happens early enough that they're sort of on safe ground, but everything, you know, some big hazard, a giant pit, rooms filled with whatever, it doesn't really matter, but kind of the switching room is one that I've run before. It was really fun and really different. Vivaldi, you just ran a timey-wimey one-shot in Delta Green. Awesome. Sweet. Well, you probably have more ideas about this than I do. So that's one that I've run. Hopefully that makes sense. It's fairly basic, right? Time shifting is actually fairly approachable to do, right? Pick 2 or 3 versions of an area and describe bouncing around, and it's like puzzle solving and things can get interesting doing that. And one idea, I saw a video, I don't know if any of you guys follow the channel Game Maker's Toolkit. I'm going to put that on my set of links to add. Good way to have a north of how the I don't, so in my version of this, I don't think that it can be defeated. So I'm sure you guys felt this with anything D&D like tied to a campaign. What I'm considering is there a way, or is it worth it, or can I summarize? Is there a way to tell this story in a way that is not nonsensical and trailing for half an hour and doesn't get us anywhere? In my version, no. It's basically this location is broken until something bigger comes along to fix it. It's not something because there's sort of a looping nature as well. The entire stronghold as a whole is sort of caught in this loop, going through that kind of final day, and resulting in it sort of like starting back again. And so kind of everybody, except for a couple of key members, is sort of trapped there. Guests and people that were there for the, you know, the party that was happening, of all these different folks when the coup happened. Anyway, so Game Maker's Toolkit is a great channel all about like video game design, but there's a lot of crossover with D&D. I find it to be a super awesome resource, super thoughtful channel. And they do game jams. And I was watching a video earlier today about their most recent game jam, which, if you don't know, game jam is like video game developers have short span of time to make a game. They make a fully functional game. It's usually really small. And the premise of this year's was apparently role reversal. So there's like 20 odd videos in or sorry, 20 odd small indie games that are featured in this video that I watched, and one of them, the role reversal involved, or the design of the game around that idea resulted in, basically, so it's like a side scroller, platforms, basic stuff in a whatever. And so you played a character, and you had to get through a door. And the first round of this video game, or this indie game, you played your character and you got through the door. So that's loop number 1. The second round, you're put in the same map, and you're here, and you have to stop your previous iteration from getting out of the room. So, the second time through, they jump down here and they get, attacked and stopped, and that's great. Third loop through, you're this character again, defending. Now you have to avoid, because you know what you did on that second loop, and get through that door. Hopefully that's enough to make sense of what, and you can sort of imagine. I'll put a link. I made a note to put a link in the description of this video when it goes up. I think that's a really cool time loopy, tricky thing. And I bet, given the nature of given the nature of rounds of combat, gridded boards, and a simple enough concept, that I think this could work in a room design. I think this could work in a room design somehow. It's kind of just about like the mechanic of it, and the signposting of it, right? But it was a super cool concept. I loved it, and I'm like, that's gonna be stuck in my head for a while. So like, maybe braid's awesome. Absolutely. Maybe it's forgive my not super well thought out. It's almost like a train car design, or like a repeating room. Okay, so using my stronghold example, let's say that the players need to traverse through a particular section, and this stronghold is particularly damaged, so the only way they can forget all of that, and they have to move through the dining hall or something like that, or like the kitchen, something that would allow for traversal, things in the way, things having fallen, enough landmarks that it's going to be memorable and recognizable. And it's very clear where they're coming in and where they need to go. Loop, do you want to make like an infinity loop room, or they make a great mistake and try to stop themselves? So what I'm thinking of is it's definitely a loop, or it's almost a loop. What if the whole room is mirrored? And there's only certain decorations in the room, not like mirrored like the magic is mirroring it necessarily, but like, so this relic that was damaged sort of rippled through the stronghold, and all these different locations were affected by it with these time loops and time breakage in different ways. And because of the design of this room, where maybe it's only clear because there's a particular banner design hanging on the wall, and the banner goes from like red on this side to blue on this side. So there's an indicator, there's a visual indicator of like which side of the room you're on. So it's a loop when they come in and they go out. But what's not immediately clear is that they're coming back in effectively the same way. Like the mirrored effect of this room, they loop back in, and now they see shadowy forms, like monster forms, on the other side of the room. Same number as the party, maybe even ghostly forms of them. And here's where I get hung up, because this idea could very well work. Like if it works one way, then they go back through and they loop back through, and each time it sort of increases. And this is sort of the idea is that there's some sort of entropy or something where like they can break out of the loop if they can best it. There could be maybe there's some indicator of that, or some previous people they've seen talk about it, or there's clues to it in some way. The issue is, and this is as far as I kind of got thinking it through, like throughout today, when I added it to my outline for tonight. If the steps, sort of tricky for the DM, right? Because you sort of have to keep track of like literally what path do they go. My monsters are going to do the same exact thing. In a video game, there is a very clear fail condition. But in D&D, they could just go, okay, great, we go around. I guess they loop again. Like if they don't engage and prevent their shadow forms from succeeding, then they come right back through again and face the exact same situation again. They're basically caught in the loop. So they kill those shadow forms, and now forget that old loop. Now you've got an aggressive loop, and that aggressive loop is what they have to face when they come back through the next. It's very complex, but it's interesting. Loop, got it. Make like a shadow of themselves. I played one time in a dungeon when everything you said happened, but you could never exit them. Right. Vivaldi, right. How many iterations of shadow clones are you willing to keep track of? Right. It's a good question. Once the aggression starts, that's all that needs to be tracked, but at least a couple iterations of aggression would be interesting. Whether or not it's feasible is another question. Because once you can see why this was like, oh, I'll put this on the room design thing because okay, so let me think through this. So we've got, let's just call it like an A side and a B side. They go from A to B. That's iteration number one. After they do that, their next time through is actually from B to A. And when they come through, they have to stop that iteration one. If they don't, sorry, if it's like, let me move some stuff out of the way. If they don't stop iteration one on their second time through, it's just going to keep repeating. It's going to take them back, and they're going to do it again. So once they get through and they go to iteration, or their third time through, and they come in, now they're facing the aggression of iteration 2. At this point, on loop number 3, loop number 1 doesn't matter anymore. So at this point, we only have to track the aggression through there. For the purposes of D&D and a room design, once they either evade themselves being aggressive or defeat themselves being aggressive, they could probably break the loop and get out of the room. That's probably fine. Like that, this whole encounter is probably as complex as it needs to be, right? Fully, the answer must be what is the final solution to breaking the loop and work back from there with general clauses of what happens. It's a good puzzle when even the DM you would be surprised how often that happens. Well, I think that this simple 1, 2, 3, 3 times through the room, especially if they have to repeat, kind of, to me, what it suggests is the difficulty of this puzzle is that they sort of have to destroy. To me, the shadowy forms need to look quite a bit like them, actually, not just like shadows. Like, oh, we'll destroy them. It's like, oh, that was us. Like, we're watching sort of a recording, and they're like, I guess we'll destroy ourselves. Is this okay? What's going to happen? I think if that angle is played up a little bit more, then it might be satisfying to go, oh, we defeated ourselves being aggressive, and now it got us through. Technically, they would have defeated themselves twice, right? So defeating themselves twice becomes the key to getting out. Vivaldi, so if they get to iteration 3 and literally stand to the side, problem solved. I think that I would probably, yeah, I think so. Well, stand to the side if they evade, if they can avoid the conflict, like they hide and are not seen by themselves. I think the tricky thing in the platformer version of this idea, you're obviously having to jump around the projectiles and you're making a level more difficult for yourself. In this case, it's not at all difficult to go like, oh, they're shooting an arrow, I step out of the way, whatever. But yeah, I think that would need to be a solution. Here's a potential. If they evade. So if in number 3 what they do is evade, I think maybe they get tossed in again. I really should not have drawn these so close. I think they get thrown in again, where they could potentially have to take out themselves evading. Hey, Mexi, that's so funny. I was bidding on content. You happen to be live. Well, that's amazing. Especially good timing for you, because I've not been live very often for a while. This last step may be too complicated, because what you don't want to have happen is have them kind of be figuring it out and then loop back again and go like, oh, I guess we didn't figure it out. Let's try something different, right? And I think, like, kind of like I was saying before with like the clues, I think there needs to be some sort of like maybe like the whole room kind of hums, or there's some sort of indicator that gets gets quieter, or like something changes about the nature, temperature, smells, maybe desaturation, like they're kind of working their way out of a loop. I feel like that would be key to that. Maxie, I've been an online DM for about 10 years now. I've only recently started physical games. Is there something that you would recommend as a must for new physical DMs? Good question. Yeah, V and Loop. I think I think the answer with anything like this is that the key is to try to indicate what's going on. Once the players have sort of figured it out, I'm a big fan of allowing a lot of possible solutions, because if you don't, you're more likely to get people to get sort of trapped in the puzzle, so to speak, when really the fun of it is sort of uncovering what's going on, and then creative solutioning to get out. It's totally cool. I would be extremely flexible in this situation, especially because like I'm not sure I understand it, right? But that's the fun of time travel. Mexi, back to your question. What I recommend is a must for in-person DMs. I have to refresh my coffee. That's a must. It's tricky because I don't think that there's very much about the game or running the game or how the game is at the table or remotely. There's not very much that is a must. I think there are some things that are really nice, but a must. One thing that I like to do, I'll just say that must certainly not. But one thing that I really like, I have a video on my channel about it too. I like to have some sort of a physical representation of it of initiative. I think at the table that can be really helpful to see sort of with tokens or indicators or something like, oh, this is what I am and this is how many, until I get to go again. That can be revealed all at once, or that can be revealed each round as new things become known. I think that can be super helpful. Probably depends on the player or whatever, but that would be something I would be thinking about, going to an in-person game. V, so you could say on meeting themselves for the first time, there's a sense of deadened sentence that's alleviated, but not only withdrawn the first time. The shadows can be like mirages, so they can't touch it. Grayscale, the technicolor, and a gradient that increases. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like clues should happen on. I'm gonna. Let me switch back to. I swear I'm gonna get my. Great. Now all we got to do is make any of this make sense. So what would we call this? Let's call it it's like a loop back room. Sure, that makes sense. Upon entering the room, let's see. This is how I'm gonna bullet point this the way that I would for any sort of room design that I'm doing. Room is almost mirrored, save for a banner hanging from the ceiling indicating, sort of indicating which way is, which way is which, let's say. First time through the room, it's desaturated, and there's a humming sound. Almost like hearing through water, maybe. Like it's almost like it's otherworldly and strange. Grayscale, detect the color. Vivaldi, the physical clues for stuck parties is actually a sticking point. What on earth can you show the players that would possibly lead them to a solution? You're asking the right questions. Mexi, you said you're entirely correct. It's nice to have minis, nice to have physical props. I do have a lot of the basics. Dice to answer. I understand it's a hard question. Let me rephrase it to try to make it easier. Is there an item or a prop that you've gotten the most use of that you would suggest? Minus trees. I watched that video. Good call. What have I gotten the most use out of? I think I honestly I don't. Black Magic Craft has a tutorial on making, he calls them stackers. And they're not tiles, but the process of making them is sort of like that. You're basically making stone, what's the game? Or you're out of foam, you're making Tetris blocks almost. Not as complicated as Tetris, but various sizes that fit together really well. With a set of those, you can basically make on the fly, like, oh, this is a little, here's a building in town, or oh, here's like a structure, or oh, here's a fort, or oh, here's a fence, or oh, here's a wall. Something like that would be a really, like, a really handy tool at the table to represent a lot of things. You could put two of them together and it could become a hill. It could become a wagon. Excuse me. It could be a wagon, could be all sorts of things. So I would look up Black Magic Crafts. I think he calls them dungeon stackers. I have a small set that I use now and then. Super helpful to have something modular like that. Poem in a letter. First time through the room, it's desaturated. There's a humming sound, almost like hearing through water. Multiple use building parts fit together represent something. I'll give it a look. Yeah. Hey, no problem. Black Magic Craft's got amazing tutorials for so many useful things like that. That's how I've learned to make a lot of stuff. Most of what I have, actually. Coming the opposite way. Around the ceiling. And the room is slightly more colorful. They see themselves coming the other direction, and as their other forms, here we go. This could be something. As their other forms cross the room, their presence desaturates the area. If I may, I think the first time through is all normal. The desaturated decreases as they successfully show them normally, and when the mirror cells are defeated, that color increases. Probably, yeah. The desaturated decreases that successfully work their way through first once, then twice against their shadow waves. Well, the reason that so what do you think about? I feel like we were solving the same conundrum in two different ways. So we did our own little loop through. I feel like they have to. This is taking from your braid point, right? They have to sort of well, kind of braid spoilers, I guess, but they have to see themselves coming through the other way as negative. Their loop through. They have to stop themselves. And to a certain extent, that second time through, fail to stop their, let's say, the room is that they see themselves. They see themselves. They see. Let's just call it their shadow selves. And if the players fail to stop their shadow selves, they start back at second time, back at their second time through. And I think this is fairly the humming sound gets very loud as they reset. Something like that, where it has to indicate that, like, okay, that sound, that presence, this happening we're stuck. And I think, I mean, obviously all of this is like not play tested, or like who knows if it would even function or work. So signposting, like, everything will get sort of stuck unless they try destroying that version of themselves. Mexi, I shall return. Looking at that recommended. Awesome. Probably still be here for a little bit. They start back the second time through. The humming sound gets very loud as they reset. Something to indicate. Yeah. You're forgiven. Don't worry about it. This is the there's an opportunity here to make this thematic, but I'm not smart enough to write the sub themes of a puzzle right now. You're fine. I mean, this is a super complicated, like, honestly, this is, we have the core of this. I'm actually curious. So stepping back out of the fog of this loop back room idea, right? Let's let that one soak, I guess, in a manner of speaking. I'm curious if there's a simpler or other type of idea that could exist in a time displaced sort of setting specifically for D&D. Oh no. Sub themes of a puzzle. I like. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I think that time for turn-based D&D stuff feels speeding and slowing down, right? I think it'd be really fun to play through a room that's effectively frozen, to sort of have that Quicksilver effect, right? Where, like, they can affect things and sort of do their own version of that. It could be a real power trip kind of fun thing. You say there's always the puzzle can only be solved the second time through by taking an act that is impossible in the first go. That's a good call out, actually. That's a good call. I'm going to add that note. Yeah. No, that's just like a good, like, game design pointer. Especially in a dungeon that is full of things like this, I think that a couple of power trip kind of fun both breaks from those terrible types of like what we just did, where it's like, hopefully when the players experience it, it won't be as a grind or anything like that. Loops, my apologies, I'm so sleepy right now. I would like to help more. I love this idea. Stopping your past, a beautiful way to think. Well, thank you, Loop. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's probably for most of us pretty late. I get it. Appreciate you guys hanging out, though. Don't feel like you have to, like, I'm perfect. I can spin and twist and turn on this stuff. I think that I think a room where they can, like Quicksilver, save everyone would be an interesting puzzle. Stopping your own past. Yeah, I gotcha. I pieced it together. I know what you mean, not just what you say. I'm in there. That would be an interesting, maybe puzzle, if not necessarily combat. Some sort of puzzly encounter where they are moving impossibly fast. Oh, good call, V. On entrance to the larger dungeon, enemy X is defeated by an unseen entity that, whoops, is that party much later in the dungeon in a... Yeah. Yeah. So we're deep enough into this that I don't feel bad saying that this stronghold, this insane stronghold that I've been nursing ideas for, was at one point what I thought my players in one of my campaigns was going to do next. To such an extent that I had a really cool idea for how one of the players' backstories was impacted by one of the combats that happened here, because it's kind of in this time loop, right? Like they would go there, they weren't there, but it's been looping and they could still have an effect on it somehow in this weird way, and he, you know, would have screwed up his own backstory. Like, I mean, it was part of his backstory, but it's like impossibly. Well, that never ended up happening. And I was like, well, that would have been cool, but like they chose to go a different way. That's fine. I'll use that idea some other time. Fast forward to now. This is now 2 years later. This campaign's still going, but that one player is gone from our campaign. We used to have 5 players, now we have 4 players, but he really wants to come back and play again, even in like a one shot or something like that. So I had the idea. I'm curious what you guys think of this, because now you guys are as twisted as I am thinking about time travel rooms this late at night. I thought that I could lead them in a one shot, the premise being, oh, how strange, you guys are playing yourselves, these characters you all know, at level 8 or whatever level they would have been going there, and they're venturing up to this stronghold that they never bothered to go to before, and they go through and they experience this dungeon, and there is an NPC in that dungeon that they're responding to a letter from them for help, to come there and help. And this NPC, similar to what you said, V, is sort of initially hooded, later reveals more and more of themselves, and eventually is actually talking to the party members about trying to fix this place, trying to fix the brokenness of this time relic and what it's done. And the players will do all this stuff, and it's just a one shot, so they'll go through some of these rooms, and in the end that hooded figure is basically stopping them from doing anything else. And they say, listen, we've done this a number of times, and I realize now that we can't fix this. I've tried with you guys, and I've tried your ideas hundreds of times, you know, and showing evidence of all these letters they've sent. They have gone out and generated this loop, and they say, the only solution I have is that I won't send this letter, and you guys won't come to help. And I'm sorry, unfortunately, to you guys that are here, you're like, this is it. And basically the one shot will sort of allow us to explore this thing we once did, but as a version of the characters that, due to this time causal loop paradox thing, just like didn't ever exist, or died in the loop, lost in the stronghold. So that's kind of like what I'm aiming for. And so having a few of these different ideas to pepper through this, like 1 or 2 or 3 shot, whatever it becomes, is sort of the big idea. Sorry. It's hard to explain D&D stuff when it is so intertangled like that. Teague, as long as the party... Hey, whoa, Teague. As long as the party knows there's time magic going on, the party enters a normal room, gets through as such. They enter the same room a second time to find it burned to ashes. They can fill in what happened in between and have to figure out how to stop it. That's a good call. Yeah, V. Luckily, they've tracked this particular campaign. They've tracked everything in D&D Beyond, so recreating that will be a cool... Well, it's maybe possible. Like, I'll create them, get them approximately where they were. They'll go with it or whatever. But yeah, I think a paradox, basically having a one shot that's built around a paradox, or being in it and never coming out, realizing that you just experienced, or you're the version of yourselves that don't get to exist, is like a crazy type of moment. and probably entirely too ambitious, but like, hey, welcome to my channel. Oh, V, you got it figured out. Quicksilver, manipulation of frozen mid-air projectiles to continue on their path and knock a lever, hit a switch, etc. to unlock a gate or the like. Yeah, I think, it's yeah, mid-air projectiles, frozen stuff. The point being, some sort of, it's basically a time specific like Rube Goldberg series of events that they can orchestrate. So imagine it's like it's almost some version of like, maybe it's the puzzle is escaping a slow room. Like they go in and it's like, crap. Okay, let's just go open that door. It's slow. It doesn't matter how fast they do. It's like the entire thing is so slow. They can do that, but it's going to take 8 years before it opens, right? So it's like, okay, there's got to be another way out of here. What can we do? Hit the bucket, which falls in the bucket. Yeah, like yeah, like there would have to be like a, so the two states that you need, and this would be what the room is. It's basically got two states. Too slow and too fast. That's it. And there's some it might sound better. It's all good. It's all good. I think that actually both could be useful, but there's some mechanism in this room where maybe this is the beginning of them controlling it, because I like that idea of them being able to have some, like, the power of like, oh wait, we can control this back and forth. But maybe initially it's like literally like a, it could be like an hourglass where it's like, well, we only have these two settings, and it's like you set it the one way, and it's like now every action is going to take forever to happen. Like they can move normally, but everything is effectively frozen, and they switch it the other way, and now it's like, it's gone ahead so far that now like they're blocked out of they can't leave because it's so far flung in the future that, or so much time has passed that for some reason like everything now is inaccessible. So it'd have to happen maybe it happens in a it's like a situation with like a portcullis or something like that. Like that's like they are effectively stuck. And the mechanism for lifting, like something like that, right? Where it's like, chronomancy, the most infuriating form of magic. Yeah. Well, no, but that would, but then the fact that they could then control that and like slow it down and stop it, like it could easily develop into something that now they can choose, like, oh, I want to take more actions, or oh, I want to do this. Like it could give them sort of that like time hoppy fantasy. But initially being stuck where it's like, okay, the chain is here right now, but if we go to turn it, it won't move because everything's too slow. So if we flip the hourglass or we flip this little totem, now everything speeds up, but now the portcullis is still down. We still can't leave, and the chain is busted because of something that happened in this room. So they're like, okay, let's flip it back. Looking around the room, what can we put into motion that's going to destroy that portcullis gate so that we can flip it, everything speeds up, and we can go through. That's a fun idea. Not sure it would have to do a lot more thinking about signposting that one, but that's fun. What was the other one? So it was like too fast, too slow. I like. Maybe there's a way to. I really like your idea of them seeing effectively themselves at the beginning. It's almost like, and this is actually similar to some of my early concepts for this dungeon back when I thought they were going to experience it. It's like entering, the Great Hall, or entering like the, coming through like the stronghold gates. See a loop. Rewatch the stream later. I'm too sleepy. An idea: you can put some flashbacks to the orc boss in some parts of the dungeon. I don't think I ever beat Braid either. I need to revisit it. I don't play enough. I don't play enough video games anymore. Too caught with all of too caught up with all of these games. Um, Thanks, Luke. Thanks for all your help. It was super fun brainstorming all this stuff. Um, so it's almost like the if the entryway to the stronghold has there's like a balcony, and on top of that balcony is some ridiculous monster or threat, and the initiative is rolled, and it's such a huge threat that they're all bracing for impact, and then before it even finishes that first monster round, something comes through one door, takes it out, and goes back in. Like this would be really fun as a this would happen before they even realize that time is like shifting and changing here. This would be like they just saw like a flash of movement, and that thing is that creature is you know dead or whatever, or it looks like it's taken a hell of a beating and it's really strange. Um, so that would be like, you know, this is entering the dungeon basically. Well, stronghold, but it's a dungeon. But that's at some point that it's a balcony that's accessible over like where they come in, but the doors through are it could even be a thing where it's like maybe they are accessible, but then after what happens now it's like rubble, right? So it's almost like even when they're coming in, they're sort of seeing the end of this place, I think, because that's part of like the loopy nature of it. So then the big power fantasy stuff at the end, they could be partially responsible for that. I imagine, you know, some grand sort of room overlooking like the side of this mountain, right, with kind of all these various kind of walkways. You know, this would probably, maybe, what's the word for it? It's like a throne room. But like that final spot, once they've kind of sorted all of it out, and maybe they have the totem and they can do all the timey-wimey stuff, this is where they effectively see it, the triggering event, which basically happens as soon as they get there, and they can shift some things about time with what they found, but they can't really truly undo it. They can only control how fast things move, and maybe that last thing is them going around saving all these people. Maybe the player that I had in mind sees how they affected their backstory in some way in this final room, and then this is where they, after having that power trip of like, look, we can move around, we can do all this stuff lightning fast, I want to use 6 attacks in a row on this person. It's like, you absolutely can. Like, that would be fun to get to this room and be able to say to players, how many times do you want to attack? Where it's like, wait, what did you say? Or to go to a place like, how many turns do you want to take? But ultimately, this room would also be the end of that one shot. So in a 5 room or 3 room or 4 room or however many room dungeon, yeah. It's interesting stuff. The big boss horror story, with the resolution being that victory isn't actually a true victory. Kind of. Yeah. But, and this is the revelation of this, like, I guess you could probably get it to some extent, but like, especially with friends in a shared environment, like, what excites me about a broken like time loop thing like this is like, where else can you have that kind of story experience, you know? And the discovery that can come with it, and like all the clues, like, especially when it comes to taking these like room designs and plugging them into like the story of the one shot. It's like they could effectively be seeing evidence of themselves previous times through, right? They're like, that's an exact duplicate of your sword on the ground, like stuff like that, where it's like, okay, we've done this before. um, yeah, that's part of a bigger, and maybe there's a way that I can extrapolate this idea into like it feels like a fun, ridiculously overly complicated, like one shot dungeon type of thing, but yeah, cool, very cool. And just like that, look, it's boom, 4 hours go by just like that. Well, this was great. Back here like this, yes. That's I'm very satisfied. I wish there was what's the that. This was super cool. What do you guys think of the format? I'm curious what I mean. There's definitely room, I think, to fluctuate within the stream based on like questions that people have and stuff like that. Well, thank you, V. Both of those. Both of those are compliments. I appreciate that. I think this was a really fun process. It's always been interesting. I think the process of coming up with things, designing and prepping for sessions. This wasn't necessarily session prep this time. It was more just kind of like adventure design and things like that. But it's kind of all bundled up into the same type of thing. And I think like it's really hard to find stuff like this. When I think about what this sort of stream is, I'm like, man, I would have really loved that when I was getting into actually this process and thinking about stuff like this. So excited to keep pushing it. Hopefully weekly, or maybe even more than that, as situations allow. Very cool. And you guys are awesome, everybody, for hanging out. I'll probably take a look, I mean, for the notes and things, to the extent that they're like clearly understandable by anybody else. I can see about putting them into, a Google Doc or something and sharing them out in the notes or whatever. But V, my only regret is I love pulling back the curtain a bit. And yeah, I love seeing someone who knows what they're doing go through it. Well, geez, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I enjoy the hell out of this, the brainstorming process, the creative back and forth. Like, I wish that I could do this with more DMs more often that I know. I mean, my hope is in running the stream that some people that I know that run DMs, I can pull them in and say, let's do this process together. Because I think if more DMs were doing this together, I think we'd all benefit. Because it's such a lonely process sometimes. But yeah, as I do this more, I've got this one, I've got the crafting stream. As I bounce back and forth and see what works, I'm gonna hopefully try to get more of a regular schedule going, and get that out, get that linked up. It's really straightforward. It's just like a Google Calendar, but to hopefully indicate to people when I'm hoping to be able to stream. But this was fun. Definitely going to do it again. I love this. Love the stuff we came up with. Thanks so much, guys. Especially those of you that are up so late, hanging out on the stream. The VOD, I think, goes up pretty quick tomorrow, but it's in a weird state where the chat doesn't stream with it yet for like a whole day. So that probably takes time. But as soon as I have access to edit it, I'll try to get in and put like chapter markers and stuff so it's easy to breeze through and get to all the different sections in here. Try to update the links for all the stuff that we talked about. And just prep for the next time. If you have any ideas for things that would be interesting to prep or questions to explore, dungeon ideas, monster ideas, we'll probably be doing some stat block stuff at some point, prepping bosses and encounters with actual monsters and stuff like that. Feel free to put those in the comments or shoot a note to me, however, because it'd be really fun to start making this outline for a session or for a stream, some of my ideas and some of the, sort of everybody else's ideas, and dive into all sorts of stuff. V should definitely drop a short the day of stream just to get your subs' attention so they know when the streams are. It's a good point. I think that stories work well. I think Instagram and TikTok stories can be effective. Sometimes shorts don't actually get shown to everybody until like later on. Like I can't control when people get shown stuff, but I do. Yeah, I need to figure out a way to let everybody know. Community posts would work. I think that's the answer for YouTube for sure. And honestly, like I think I'll definitely, as I get a few more of these in the can, be more confident to like push more people. I sort of mentioned it to some people for this, but honestly, just kind of figuring it out, making sure like, okay, is the quality okay coming through? Is my mic okay? Do I need to change? Like, is this setup cool? And so as I sort of find my rhythm, yeah, people will be sick of hearing me talking about streams because I'll be doing it all the time. Thanks for all the great ideas. This was really fun. Can't wait till the next one. I will plan on it. Good luck, everybody, with your games. Hopefully this ends up being beneficial to everybody to see, sort of the process, what it's like preparing to fail, and hopefully it makes it more fun and rewarding for people that get to. V, thank you so much. It'll be really interesting as we get more people stacked in here and find out just how much this process may break down, but that's okay. It works super well if there's a ton of people. If there's one person, if it's just me sitting here going through the stuff, I'll still do it because, hey, I got to prep all this stuff. And hopefully the process, doing it out in the open, will help somebody at some point down the line. So thanks so much. I'm going to go, and you guys should as well. And we'll do it again soon. Thanks, guys.